The Alabama State Board of Education Elementary Secondary Education Work Session is now called to order. First thing on the agenda, updates from State Superintendent.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice President. So let's reorganize our schedule a little bit. The first thing we have is the Dyslexia Advisory Council to present. Now, we thought we would be in this room by 10:45. And it's 11:25. So here's the issue, and we'll work it all out. But there are two things that kind of have to fall on a schedule. One is we've got a dozen teachers at the luncheon who are waiting on you. Or no, they're not yet, but they're planning on starting at noon. So we had planned to leave about 11:50 to get over there. We'll drop you off. We have transportation, so you don't have to worry about driving and parking and all that. But then at 1:30, we said we would have our meeting with the TAC. And the reason that's important, we have some of them are joining remotely, and we also have several legislators who are wanting to be a part of that. And so we've told them if they'll sign on at 1:30, we'll do that at 1:30. So I don't want the DAC to try to do their report in 10 minutes. No. And so what I would like to do, with your permission, if they feel good about it, is to let them get started. Then let's go, come back at 1:30, and then do the TAC, let the TAC do their presentation, and then let the Dyslexia Advisory Council finish. Okay. Now, I hate doing that because it means they have to stay all day, but yes. Sonia told me they're planning on staying for the afternoon discussion anyway. So if that makes sense and everybody can stay, how does that sound? The other thing is I can go on to some of the shorter items and then we can come back, but I would, that's going to kind of discombobulate us all. So they've already passed out their things, if you're good with that. So I've been called out in the hall. Let me go do that. Y'all go ahead and get started. And I will be back, I don't think it will be but 1 second. Let me go answer this question.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And Sonia, are you going to introduce everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Sonia Yates, I'm going to introduce her. And then I'm going to let her introduce everybody else. I think I know everybody who's come with the Dyslexia Advisory Council this year. And I'm sorry that we couldn't have children this year. But I know the time's going to get back to normal and we'll be able to do that.
So we're going
Yes.
We're going to, if we could go to about 11:50. So if we can do about 20 minutes. Okay. And then we'll get y'all over there and then we'll get back and we can do that. That'll be, if we go to 12, we'll just, everything will just start getting more and more behind too. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And be sure to tell the children we wish they could
Oh,
be.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's fall break and
Yes.
everybody, there's just so much going on. So tell them we want. I will be sure to. Thank you. And I know several of them have logged on to watch today live.
Oh,
So, but I am Sonia Yates, as he said, and with me is, introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Katie Hurston. I work in Chambers County Schools, and I have dyslexia myself, so it's very, very good topic to me.
She's a member of the DAC. And then Krista.
I'm Krista Sims. I teach in Scottsboro City School Districts. This is my first year as their dyslexia therapist, and so I'm also a member of the Dyslexia Advisory Council.
And Vice President.
And Vice President. That's
So the first slide is who we are, what we do, how we do it, and why we do it, and that's kind of what we want to present to you today.
Well, before we get started on that, we have to talk about dyslexia, but before that, I have to give a shout out to Bonnie Short because she saved us with copies. So, thank you so much.
Bring this together.
Yes, we are. She made our copies. We didn't get our anyway. It was just, this morning was a mess. So, thank you, Bonnie. We appreciate it. So.
Okay, first we have to start off with the definition of what is dyslexia. Dyslexia is a specific learning challenge, and I love that we use that here in Alabama. that is neurological in origin. It is characterized by difficulties with accurate and or fluent word recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language that is often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities and the provision of effective classroom instruction. I love the unexpected part because as a mom of a dyslexic child, it was very unexpected. And I see that with my students daily of how smart they are, but yet struggle with that language part of learning to read.
Just a little bit of the history of the DAC. We could never start out talking about dyslexia in the state of Alabama without talking about the Alabama Scottish Rite Center. They started in 2001 with Dr. Denise Gibbs, and I found my certificate. I was so excited. From 2001, I kept telling her I was in one of your trainings, and I found proof of it. They have done so much training and so much support still. They continue to do that in our state. We're so thankful for them. We started out with the Alabama Scottish Rite Center in 2008, started meeting with the State Department, and it just kept being the same thing over and over and over again, those same stories that we've all heard. My child's not learning, and teachers, we didn't know what to do, and we really didn't. And so those parents kept waiting for help, and we were in the wait to fail model. Kids didn't get help until they failed, and that's not a preventative model. Well, unfortunately, and this was, we were told that we don't serve dyslexic students in Alabama. And we were told, that's what we say because we don't recognize dyslexia in Alabama. Well, now we do, which is a great thing. But in 2015, a bunch of the organizations came together, started talking about Dyslexia Friends and and started talking to our state board members. Those of you who have been here that long, y'all remember we were a little persistent, weren't we? A little persistent, and but we needed someone to hear us, and the state board listened, and we're so very, very thankful for that. And that's when we had the Alabama Administrative Code. The amendments were passed, and then the DAC was formed at that time.
And then on October the 8th, 2015, a great day for Alabama literacy. This was truly we were so excited that all the things that we had worked for were finally coming to be and exist.
And I remember State Board Member Ella Bell saying,
She's smiling.
"This is the best work that we've ever done," and I'll never forget that because that really it was at that time. Because it was unanimous, it was the State Department, it was the State Board, it was everybody working together.
The dyslexia amendments to the Alabama Administrative Code in 2015, it defined dyslexia. It gave teacher training and professional development throughout our state. Dyslexia screening, dyslexia services, while in general ed, didn't have to be in special ed, RTI, MTSS. There were parent rights, and of course it developed the Dyslexia Advisory Council, and from there the Dyslexia Resource Guide.
And one of the original charges that we got from Dr. Bice, we did dig up that letter also, put a picture. We must be pack rats. But anyway, talked about our charge and what it was that he wanted us to do. Advise the Alabama State Department of Education on dyslexia support needs throughout the state. Provide feedback regarding the implementation of support activities and offer guidance and resources based on the particular expertise. And I think that as people have found out about the Dyslexia Advisory Council, we get lots of contact. I know that some of you know that because you get it forwarded to you, and but they contact us and ask for help. Oh, and this is this one may not have printed on your copy, I guess it's in there, but this is just some things that happened between 2015 and 2018, and we went a little further, because when it passed in 2015, we were so very excited, and we were on TV, we celebrated, you see all us out in the audience, we were in the newspaper, and, did simulations throughout the state. Most importantly, the top right-hand corner, I know it's hard to see, is that we taught kids. And we met their needs. We weathered some storms throughout it. We had a Twitter conversation and talked about the darkest day in Alabama, and we lived through it for dyslexia, but we persisted.
And then, on June 10th, 2019, Governor Ivey signed the Alabama Literacy Act. We call this the dyslexia law in disguise. And it put all of the things that we had in the Alabama Administrative Code into law.
And one of the things that it did was it talked about the dyslexia is mentioned 28 times in there. In case you're ever asked, by the way, it's mentioned 28 times in the Alabama's Literacy Act. And that's why we call it a dyslexia bill in disguise. It put the Dyslexia Advisory Council, into the law at that point. And I know that the slides are a little out of order from what you have, and that's my fault.
Just blame it on Bonnie since she did it.
Bonnie printed the wrong copy.
Yes, all Bonnie's fault.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
Sorry, Bonnie.
This slide is the Alabama Literacy Act's impact on dyslexia, and if you look on the page numbers there are the page numbers that will correspond to the Alabama Literacy Act. Again, we go through the definition, our science of reading focus in our public schools districts, and dyslexia-specific interventions and what they should look like. Pre-service teacher training, professional development, the dyslexia certification and stipend for our CALTs, however people say that differently, and of course, dyslexia screening.
One of the things that it put into law is the definition of a dyslexia-specific intervention. This is actually the one from the Alabama Administrative Code. And one of the things that the Alabama Literacy Act talks so much about is the science of reading. Well, in Alabama here, we were before the times because we had this in our administrative code, what is considered the science of reading, before the Literacy Act was passed. It's structured literacy. And we know that type of instruction works for the majority of kids and helps them. That's the science of reading in action. So this was in our code before the law was ever passed.
Another part of the Literacy Act is training, which is so important. And so the Literacy Act requires that we provide public colleges, preparation programs at public colleges and universities. We want them to offer dyslexia therapy teacher preparation courses. And also, it says that the state of Alabama Department of Education will make available to Alabama public school educators a dyslexia certification training course, which both of those, both the one in the colleges and the other one, need to be approved by the International Multisensory Structured Language Education Council and the International Dyslexia Association. With that training, we want educators to be able to support other educators to provide dyslexia-specific intervention and to modify the dyslexia-specific intervention as needed for each individual student. Training is such a key component for success, and we want to make sure it's given top priority.
And the MSLE training that the state has sponsored since 2009 is the one that was in the administrative code, and that was offered again. I'm looking at Bonnie to see what cohort we were. Do you remember? 6 or 9 or 12, I'm not sure. Anyway, so we've had several cohorts go through it, and this year they started a new one, and they started it with two different training programs this year, so it expanded. The members of the Dyslexia Advisory Council, there's 15 parents, there's 12 certified academic language therapists that we either call CALTs or CALTs, where you are in the state. One classroom teacher, we have 2 retired administrators, and I underline that part that says volunteers because it's all volunteer work, and we usually do all of the work after hours, not usually during the school day. Our school districts typically pick up the expense for travel. Members, we don't represent those school districts, we represent the students. And that was, what we talked about when we were first appointed, is that we represent the students in Alabama. The communication, like I said, a lot of times it'll come to us, and then we will forward it to our state board members, for help, the parents. And that is something that we would like to have a procedure or a policy for at some point, helping us make sure that information is coming in the way that it needs to, to you, where it can be most impactful.
Did you take a note of that, Dr. Mackey?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we forward anything,
I know you are.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah, I don't think there's anything we've not forwarded, but, okay.
Just if we can get it set so we have this continuation. Policy. That's me, not them.
On this slide, we'll talk about the MSLA
Do you
job
mind if we
description.
go back one?
Sure.
I did, sorry, I had a brain cramp, it took a minute for me
That's
to figure
fine.
out. When you're talking about, so, by serving on the DAC, and I hate to keep using DAC because if people are listening and they're new to us, that, we use too many acronyms, so the advisory council. So, the council itself gets no funding.
Right.
So if you, as a whole, or even individually, wish to go to, say, a conference or an event or even produce something that would be a benefit of the schools and all, it comes out of y'all's individual pockets if your school districts, it says they pick up travel, but that's a very small part of it.
Right. Travel, we're talking about like up here and for various meetings and things like that. But no, the DAC, the Dyslexia Advisory Council, is like most of the committees. There's no funding given to us that we've ever known about.
Okay.
Usually if, ARI helps and picks up, what we call PEEP.
Yeah, I was
Things
just
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
So I think that would be something that we need to look at, because, if y'all want to go to a conference, it should not come out of your pocket. If you wish to put forth training, it shouldn't come out of your pocket. So, we want to, don't let that little thought process go away.
okay.
That would be awesome.
Oh, sorry. And I didn't mean to interrupt them.
No. Again, a certified academic language therapist, an MSLE job description is a certified academic language therapist shall be assigned at one school to provide intensive diagnostic and prescriptive reading intervention using an approved dyslexia-specific intervention for students identified with the characteristics of dyslexia or an official diagnosis of dyslexia. Those education and qualifications, you must be certified through the Academic Language Therapy Association, or ALTA. The required Alabama Professional Educator Certificate, a master's degree, and advanced coursework, or professional development in the science of reading. A minimum of 2 years of dyslexia teaching experience as a successful elementary or literacy teacher.
That's one of the things that the DAC worked on this past year, as we worked on that job description, because what we found was that school districts would fund, and they would fund the student, but they didn't really understand what an MSLE trained teacher, the possibilities. So we worked with ARI on the job description, and that went out this year to everyone, so.
In your packet, you have a paper that looks just like this that will explain even into more detail about a certified academic language therapist.
And then we have the CALS fund, which I am so excited about. So the state of Alabama will provide an annual supplement of $5,000 for certified academic language therapists who are properly certified by the state of Alabama and teaching full-time in Alabama public K-12 schools or public independent schools. And then the teacher will get 5,000 supplement, and the district will receive 6,000 with that additional 1,000 allocation per teacher being provided to local education agencies to cover those employer benefits associated with the supplement. And of course, this 1,000 is not guaranteed from year to year, but it's based on legislative appropriations and other factors. This is, for me, this is a huge step, because so often we have people who don't pursue the full CALC certification because there is no true benefit for them. Plus, for me, as you know, I've been a CALC for almost 10 years now, and I feel valued by having something like this. So I'm super excited.
And I know that started as conversations in this state boardroom and with Dr. Mackey and the staff, and thank y'all from all of the CALCs in the state. Thank y'all. You're probably not gonna have this one in there either, but this is just some of the next steps. Excuse me, this is the dyslexia resource guide. You may have this.
We do.
You do, good. I couldn't remember. So some changes were made this year, and it's just for clarification. Last year, we made some major changes because of the Alabama Literacy Act. It kind of changed the way that we screen kids. So to make everything kind of align in the state and match up, had lots and lots of questions about some areas, so we tried to clarify this year, and I think all of you have a copy of that new version. I had some highlighted the changes, because it's difficult when you're going through a document that size to figure out what's been changed if someone doesn't highlight it for you. But all students who display characteristics of dyslexia should receive dyslexia-specific intervention regardless of their status as a general ed or special ed student. That was one of the things that we got lots of questions about. People would say, well, they're special ed, they already get it. Well, no, they didn't. You know, not necessarily. The training options which meet requirements aligned, that handout is not, that was the one thing that I didn't get to Bonnie to print. So I will email that to you, and it literally just compares the letters training that, you know, you are all so familiar with the MSLE and the difference, how one's more for a general ed teacher and the MSLE's for a specialist.
Yeah, be sure to send that.
Yes, I will. And any programs or materials used in Tier 1 and Tier 2 will not meet the definition of dyslexia specific. And one of the thoughts, and I know this past year, you know, everybody's just been trying to survive, and if we were getting anything, many districts had to put in a phonics supplement to their core and to meet that condition of foundational reading skills. And last year it was used in like Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 because many of them chose a program that met the definition of a dyslexia-specific intervention and is on the approved list by the task force. However, when you get into dyslexia-specific, if you're using it in Tier 1 and Tier 2 and all students receive it, then there's really not anything specific about it. So the recommendation would be if you use program XYZ in Tier 1 and Tier 2, to choose another one from the list for your Tier 3. And that was, we actually consulted with an attorney on some of that because we didn't know what the answer was at that time. But lack of progress in the approved intervention program determines the need for a more in-depth dyslexia screening. The Alabama Literacy Act says that if they have deficits, consistent deficits, that they get intervention. And that is such a preventative model, that's such a step forward from that wait to fail model in our state. So they don't have to be screened, you just put them in intervention. If they're not making progress in that intervention, then the recommendation is to do more an in-depth screening. And using screening materials which are not part of the universal screening. If you've already screened them using, and I'm just gonna choose one that we used to use in the state, DIBELS. If we screen them with DIBELS, well, if you want to do more in-depth, you want something that's a little more diagnostic. So the recommendation would be to choose something else on that.
All right. Have many more, can we stop there, or you want to,
Yeah, well, I mean,
you need to finish that?
we could stop if we need to.
You decide.
How many more? You decide.
We can go ahead.
Okay.
Just to continue with the next slide on this one, students with consistent deficiencies and not making progress in dyslexia-specific intervention screening guidance. That's on page 16 in the dyslexia resource guide. I think Sonia kind of covered that. Okay, this next one is really big, I feel like, because formal testing is not needed for students to receive benefits of a student reading instructional plan or a dyslexia service plan. Like Sonia said, if there's a deficit, put them in intervention. And it doesn't have to be an outside screener or an outside testing from another source like Scottish Rite, or if we have one close to home that will give you outside testing. It doesn't have to be those. Screening materials were revised to remove any of the universal screening materials. Anything else to say?
That was just, we had a list of materials that we recommended for the additional screeners, and we took off the ones that school districts were using as the universal screeners. So, and we had more slides left than I realized. Katie just counted for me, so it might be,
All
that was
right.
it.
Okay.
Because I know y'all would hate
So
this.
if we mark where we are,
We'll
Yes,
mark.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
we'll go back to one.
At 1:30, we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Members, if they'll have some, again, vans, they're right out here to take everybody over, drop you off, and we'll, have time to do breaks and all that as soon as we get over there.
Okay.
Anybody
State Board of Education work session is now called back to order. Dr. Matthews, the TAC.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for everybody's patience. We know we're running a little behind getting everybody back here. But we are going to go straight into our discussion with the Technical Advisory Committee on assessment. And then we will come back and finish the presentation from the Dyslexia Advisory Council Committee. And so we have Maggie Hicks. I've lost her somewhere. So Maggie, do you want to come up and just, you want to bring everybody up at one time? Come back, you come up here first, because they know who you are. So I'm not sure, we came in fast, so I haven't even seen, is Miss Martin here? She's not back yet, is she? So she had an appointment she had to go to, something she could not be avoided.
Miss Washington is here.
Wasn't sure when she was going to be back. Okay, so Miss Washington's good. So I don't know if you've got some things you want to say first, but we do have, I know Miss Martin had a folder with some scores in them, maybe upstairs, or maybe, is this it? Maybe? No, that's the preparation, that's the head prep report card. We have your scores by district for each board member. So those are broken out. The TAC is going to talk to you specifically. Of course, they're very astute about all of this, and they can talk about the cut scores for ELA and math, but specifically we're going to discuss the Alabama Literacy Act and the sub-test, the reading test, and then the cut scores for that. So just a reminder that the board has to set a cut score. That's in the law. The board has to set a cut score. There is, obviously, we don't want you just to set a cut score, and you don't want to just set a cut score just because you blindly pick one. And so what we want to do is look at it. So our TAC has looked deep into what looks like grade level. They have a recommendation for you. We have 3 different options for you to look at, but they're going to make one recommendation. So Maggie, with that, what do you want to do? You want to just bring them on up?
Sure. Do we have the PowerPoint? Do we have a PowerPoint for them?
Should be. Charles is not here yet because he's, okay. Yeah, Charles has got to bring up the PowerPoint.
But while they're doing that, I will bring them up. I'll ask Wanda Bright, Scott Snyder.
Do you have the PowerPoint, Charles? Do you have their PowerPoints?
Oh, yes. I think so. Sorry, I was. So we're through with this one?
We are for now.
Okay. Reading cut scores. That's it?
Got it. As we're getting ready, I just want to thank you all for this opportunity to talk about this process because it has been ongoing for quite over a year now, and with a lot of educators around the state, a lot of conversations with our Technical Advisory Committee, and also with our DRC vendor to get us to where we are today. So we do have a few slides. Okay, so with me today I have Dr. Wanda Bright, who is with the Center of Assessment. He is our lead facilitator for our Technical Advisory Committee, among other things. And then I have Dr. Scott Snyder, who is also on our Technical Advisory team, our committee, and he's been with us for a minute. So we're going I think he's been with us
25 years.
25 years. Thank you, Dr. Snyder. And then with me also that I'll bring up when we start talking about the process of the actual standard setting that took place around the reading cut scores. I have Rick McCardo and Mark Julian, who was with us from DRC. They were here last year. And so they'll talk about the process that took place with our educators back in July.
Because not only as we stated last month, we had the ELA group for second and third grade, they worked to get a cut score for the ELA assessment, but they also worked to get a reading cut score. So we have those to present to you today. An overview of the Alabama Literacy Act assessment requirement. Cynthia? Okay, great. Cynthia, was Ms. Martin going to do this part? The Literacy Act assessment requirement?
So basically, what the literacy assessment requirement itself is, it deals with the grade level rating performance outcomes that are reflective of trying to ensure that our students are meeting the necessary standards by grade 3, of course. And this is just a diagram that has been developed wonderfully by the people in the Alabama Reading Initiative, who are partners in all this work, of course, and they're leading the effort around the Literacy Act. And they wanted to put a diagram in perspective as to how the students, their choices and their options are relative to this particular Literacy Act itself. So when we look at this, many times people kind of get misinformation concerning the particular idea about the students. But if you take a look at this diagram, it basically affords you an opportunity to see that it's not just a matter of a child meeting that necessary particular cut score, but also there are other options that students have in order to ensure that they move on to the next grade level. And of that, you will notice in this diagram that we start off with what is considered to be in the black area, and in doing so, we see here that the majority of the students are expected to basically meet the necessary standards. In other words, they won't score at the lowest achievement level. We're expecting them to score at above the lowest achievement level as stated in the law itself. But in cases where students don't meet that particular threshold, what we're basically looking at is that we are trying to see that they can then go to the next tier of this particular diagram, and that is they would take a supplemental ACAP assessment, which is currently what they would then take as a means of moving on to the next grade level. So that's an additional option. In addition to that particular option, we also have an opportunity, or they would have an opportunity, to master the necessary standards through a portfolio. And then, of course, at the next level, those students who don't master either one of the 3 above, they then, of course, have another opportunity to meet the necessary good cause exemptions that are over to the right of this particular chart. And that's just a list of those, which is found in the law. And then, of course, the very bottom stage would be those students who may not meet any of those criteria. And so those would be students that we would be targeting as possibly needing the necessary, will fall into the possible retention. So this is just a diagram to kind of put it all together and put it in perspective for us as we kind of take a look at promotion-based decisions. And of course, the LEAs have been informed of the various options for the students where they may fall. And so this just gives them a little summary or perspective of that. So Dr. Davis and her staff, inclusive of ARI, have been all working together to give this information and communicate this to the LEAs so that they can take a look at the whole gamut for the students.
Excuse me, has the criteria for the portfolio been determined?
It has been determined, and some information put out in a memorandum, I want to say this week, last week, concerning it.
Okay.
Okay. You can go ahead. So, which brings us to our discussion today. And basically, we want to, at this time, kind of deviate from this, if you don't mind, Dr. May, and allow us an opportunity to kind of pivot to Juan, so that Juan can kind of give us a little perspective about all of this as it relates to what you're about to see data-wise today. So without further ado, I'll bring you on.
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's great to see you. So my role, I think, here is to provide a little bit of extra context behind some of the use of the data and to kind of tee up the conversation around the cut scores. So one thing that is probably worth starting is from the Center for Assessment, a national organization. We work with multiple states across the country to help them think through assessment design, assessment systems, accountability design, implications, and really thinking about consequences of the use of different types of assessments. So one key factor that we always start most of our conversations, especially coming in cold, is what is it that you want to do with the results? Right? And assessments are designed for very specific purposes. The types of assessments that are typically used for large-scale accountability, large-scale assessment, things like the ACAP, they're mostly targeting program-level evaluation. How well are schools doing? How well are programs doing? How well are curricular interventions operating? Once you start building off of those original intended purposes with things like student accountability or for promotion or retention decisions, you really have to start elevating the expectations of kind of technical adequacy. So what are the types of evidence that you need to help you really validate that these things are working as they're intended to be working? So there's a few concepts that I want to share with you before we talk about the actual use of these cut scores for that purpose. So there's the triumvirate of, I think, measurement that people talk about, which is the idea of reliability, the idea of fairness, and the idea of accessibility. So reliability is really about the idea of consistency, and we want to make sure that things are kind of telling us the same story over and over, regardless of where we're looking at that story. The idea of fairness is that it's sufficiently accessible for all kids. Do students who are high performing and low performing get to be able to access the test in the same way? Is that access standardized in nature? So we're eliminating some of the noise of the environment. And then finally, the idea of validity. Are we actually measuring the thing that we're saying that we're measuring? State summative assessments are intended to measure progress against grade level expectations. And I think that's one of the key factors that we're really wanting to talk about today. Because as we know, the Literacy Act specifies that these assessment scores are to be used to determine whether students are meeting minimum sufficiency reading requirements. The test originally by design was about mastering grade level content. That assumes that students have access to something called opportunity to learn, which is, many of you as educators know, right, especially Deborah P. versus Turlington idea, that if students are tested on something, they need to have the opportunity to learn that content throughout the year. One of the things that we are concerned about nationwide is that the systematic interruptions to instructional delivery that I think occurred predominantly towards the tail end of last year, uniformly, right? Most states lost a few months of instruction and therefore services to students. But then also in this past year, with the ongoing inconsistency of delivery in a uniform fashion, which has led to a non-uniformity in access to actually learn the content, means that we don't really know whether students had the opportunity to learn. As you also know, we're in the middle of supporting the state through a transition to a new assessment system. And as part of that, we have to set performance expectations, which is exactly what we're talking about today. We understand that the board has the responsibility to set cut scores for the reading sufficiency levels. And a key portion of setting those cut scores is to understand if we set a cut at X level, what are the percent of kids that actually meet that cut? And that's called impact data. What's the impact of our decisions for a cut? You have to have a pretty significant amount of trust in the school year that kids have the opportunity to learn certain content to be able to have confidence in that cut. State assessments are aligned to state standards or the Alabama Courses of Study. So the assessment itself is pretty solid, but really we're at a point where we want to fine tune the examination of what exactly the performance expectation is for students to meet that reading sufficiency portion. So the TAC has spent a lot of time talking about some of the major interruptions to data, to the concerns around systematic opportunity to learn, but most importantly, the need to validate the use of these scores for the active student retention. So the Literacy Act lays out a tremendous kind of, I think, series of supports for students and for schools to kind of shore up students in access to being able to read on their level. One of the key areas of this is that student retention component. What we recognize is that in any case of a student level student stakes, high stakes use of assessment results, we want to make sure that we can then claim that whatever those decisions are done so with some evidence and with some data. So the unfortunate loss of spring 20 results because of the closures that happened, not this last school year, but the school year preceding, means that we are missing an initial year of baseline. We were under the impression that we would have good baseline data this year because we had access to a pretty decent rates of participation rate for students. Unfortunately, the lack of opportunity to learn means that we don't know whether these data are in fact defensible or not. We can't say with confidence that the impact data and the performance expectations are where we want them to be, which is why we need another year of data to see if we have, let's say, because as you set cut scores, if these kids that fall below this cut, if you remember the inverted pyramid that we saw in the prior slides, the first initial catch of kids is, did they meet expectations of the ACAP? So there are going to be these cut scores that are going to be out there. And what we now need to know for kids that were tested in grade 2 and grade 3, for this upcoming year, for those kids that didn't meet the cut, did they in fact need remediation? And as we monitor their progress with their remediation, their support, their ongoing kind of monitoring of their reading skills, can we then at the end of the year confirm that these were in fact the kids that did truly need support? If a bunch of kids that were identified as needing support actually didn't need it as the year went on, our cuts weren't quite where they needed to be. So we need to move them up or down. If we find that actually all the kids that we identified as needing support needed support, but all the kids, there's a whole set of kids that we didn't identify and they also needed support, we need to actually ramp up the rigor of those cuts to make sure that we're supporting the students as necessary. So that as we talk about some of the factors that are impacting results and the results themselves, I think the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee as a whole, believes that the delay of the implementation of the retention portion of the Act is very important so that we can make sure that we're monitoring whether kids that are stated as needing support are actually needing support. And really, as you saw, as the number of kids kind of went down in that inverted pyramid, or trapezoid, I guess, with the reading portfolio, we want to make sure that we actually have the right evidence for the reading portfolio as well. So we need a little bit of an on-ramp for timing to make sure that we can then create kind of valid claims about the types of evidence that we're using for the portfolio as well. So I'm going to take a pause there and see if there's any questions that anyone want. Maybe I can go back over. I know that Scott has some perspective that he'd like to share as well, but we're trying to make this kind of conversational and informal. So if there's anything that I can clarify or even address that you might have questions, yes, please.
Can you repeat what you said about delaying the retention component?
Sure. I'll kind of draw it in two different paths. If you were to implement the retention today, let's say, the risk is that kids that were identified as needing support, they may not actually need the support. We're not sure because we don't really know the amount of loss of access to instructional content that they may have missed the last couple of years because of the pandemic. Furthermore, if the cut isn't set exactly where it should be, there may be all these other kids that are not identified that actually do need support that then just get matriculated and pushed through the grades anyway. By delaying the implementation of the retention portion, you can set up kind of an on-ramp to do validity studies and determine, was our classification accurate for the kids that needed it, for the kids that didn't need the support? As we monitor students' learning over the next couple of years, can we say those that did receive support actually were able to reclaim some of that lost content? And for those kids that we didn't support in the same way because they weren't below that threshold, we might actually find that a set of them should have gotten that support, which means we need to go back and actually change the cut a little bit.
So actually, it would be helpful and it would be wise to look at that big picture. Personally, I didn't think that the state had the necessary supports, even if we had not had to go through the pandemic. That was something that Mississippi had, that Alabama did not have. And their schedule, because I'm familiar with people who implemented it, and the implementation, and the success, that they were able to see. All of us, of course, have had problems because of the pandemic and
Sure.
the residual from that. But from the standpoint of your recommendation, there's some wisdom and merit in delaying it just to see, especially with the cut score, that would have a great impact. And that's something that, do you see that as a possibility? I know that in a political world,
Sure.
and that's not necessarily your world, but do you think that you can have a message that's so concise and so direct that those who would impact a necessary delay would understand, and then the public would understand? I talk to parents all the time who are very concerned about their children going into the 4th grade. And of course, looking at the scores, we are all, I'm sure, concerned. You're not the only ones. But you have the ability to communicate to the media, to legislators, and to others who would have an impact in a very positive way, because we're dealing with children and their future.
Sure.
And once you get past, again, this is personal, once you get past even kindergarten, it's almost too late to delay a child and the impact that it could have for the rest of their lives. And so to say that we shouldn't delay it concerns me. And it's based on a number of reasons. It's not just something that I'm trying to delay it because I don't think we need to do it, because I think if it helps the children, certainly. But at this point, what you just said to me is key. And it's, I think, at the heart of trying to reinforce the need to delay it at this point.
Yeah, I think your inclusion of the support side of the equation is, I think, is a really wise.
We didn't have it.
addition. Yeah, the assessment, let's just pretend that it was spot on, everything was fine tuned, and we had no concerns about missingness of opportunity to learn. Right? Let's just pretend that is the case. The assessment only just tells you the what.
Right.
Right, and the how are all the processes and supports that really need to be implemented to then be able to make that impact in pre-K, K1 and 2. So by the time that you're getting the initial scan of some standardized level of information in grade 2, it's not the first time that you're looking at a piece of information. No. Typically, and I do get the opportunity to speak with teachers from time to time, and the conversation I often have, and I ask them the question, does the assessment tell you something you didn't already know? And they often will say, no, we knew that this student was where this student is, but this is why it's very much a system level metric, right? And so I think that there is some wisdom to thinking about monitoring the implementation of the requirements of the Reading Act associated with the science of reading, implementing the supports for educators to feel like they're equipped to support the kids, but then also engaging in some kind of monitoring process throughout K through 2, really K through 3, so that there is a way in which to catch students well before the testing point.
Yes.
The testing point is at that point, and we're talking about a reading sufficiency score, right? So it's a very kind of entry-level score, but we want to make sure that we have confidence that kids had access to that content, that there is in fact evidence that the other aspects of the Literacy Act are in place before making the retention aspect a high-stakes decision, and that the standards themselves, from an instructional standpoint, are delivered with some level of fidelity. So I think the TAC, I want to turn it over to Scott because I think he can provide a different perspective from the TAC. The TAC unequivocally believes that the implementation of the retention should be delayed. There's just too many unknowns, and it's like trying to solve an algebra equation with not all the information. You can kind of guess, and you'll probably maybe get close, but you really don't know until you're a few years down the line.
So could you go back and explain, even before Ms. Bell's question, you used the terms systematic opportunity to learn, and did we have that in place? And probably 2 board meetings ago, I think the number was given to us that it was an astounding 93% of students were able to take the assessment. We didn't believe we'd even have 75%. And then of our English language learners, we had 96% of them, and that was the highest rate. And so, can you explain to us why having such a large pool
is having you take this position.
Sure.
What are the reasons why? I suspect that we don't know, I'm just guessing, that some students came in and took the assessment that they had been remote, or remote and then in person and then remote again.
Yeah, it's a good guess.
You know.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think if I could kind of draw, I like to only like limit things to threes, because I think that beyond three, we have a hard time, I think, going beyond that in our like working memory. But if you imagine that assessment tells you about performance, there's a lot that goes into that equation before we can actually interpret what performance means. So I'm going to talk about kind of three big ideas. One is access, the second one is engagement, and the third one is performance. One of the things that when you think about something being systematic is that you can kind of assume that it happened across the system with some level of regularity. And access was the big question, I think. And if you even boil it down to person, place, and thing, right? Buildings, access to teachers, and access to instruction. When a kid is quarantined or because something closes because there's a widespread, set of positive rates in a school, you immediately lose access to the building. And that might be for a 1 to 2 week period. As a function of that, you're going to dramatically reduce the way in which a kid is accessing instruction. So we can kind of assume that there are breakdowns into how the content's delivered. If a teacher becomes sick, and then you have an issue where you have a long-term sub that comes in, the quality of that instructional delivery is going to be affected. So you might have a bunch of kids that are able, let's say 97% of kids are tested in a school, but you can't guarantee that the access to the content was actually uniform, that access to the building was available, that access to their teacher was even guaranteed. That then means that access is a necessary requisite to get to engagement. And if a kid's not engaged with the content, they're actually not acquiring that content. And so people talk about the value of being present in school, having access to high quality teachers, to seat time even, exposure to content. But all of that, the question about are kids engaged in this subject matter doesn't actually matter if they didn't have access to it. And we know that the systematic interruptions that happen statewide mean that we limited access, which means even if let's just say I as a kid my parents were sick, so I wasn't able to come to school, and let's say that was 2 weeks of interruptions, and then my teacher was sick one year, or one cycle of quarantining, let's just say that's 2 more weeks. That's the equivalent of 20 days of lost instruction, right? And if we're already talking about that as a chunk for those 20 days without access to real instruction, there's no way that I'm engaged for those 20 days. And if my engagement's in and out, even if I have virtual instruction, we could probably assume that the remaining 160 days, let's say, it's not a full quality 160 days. So even if they sat the test, we know that the systematic disruptions mean that we can't guarantee that kids have the same opportunity to learn the content under a normal year. And that's on top of the fact that the prior year, we stopped their learning short a couple months. So they've already started with this kind of gap of unfinished learning that has to get backfilled, which meant that more than likely a lot of this first part of this most recent school year, 2021, was spent on trying to accelerate and scaffold kids to get back into grade level content, which means they're already starting from the back foot. So the way to think about the high participation rate, in my opinion, is that it's a really great way of monitoring the impact of the pandemic, but it also gives you a really strong starting point to think about how do we monitor progress moving forward now, because now you actually have a data point. The challenge is that because this is a brand new assessment and we haven't yet nailed down the performance expectations, we're kind of starting a little blind. So we need at least 1 year of intact instructional year to be able to then validate the cut scores, so that now we can look back and say, oh, if we apply next year, spring 22, those results and that kind of validation study to our current year's data, we'll have a much clearer sense of what the impact was and what the starting point is to monitor acceleration. I know that's a little long of an answer, but I hope it
No,
answers it.
it's perfect. It's exactly what I needed to hear. I just needed that clarification because we had all been sharing that large number and how happy we were that we had that large pool. However, there's this other information that we've got to consider.
So, I mean, a couple quick comments. One is, it's the importance of the second grade data as well. And because this second grade, within the the second grade performance informs who needs services during the summer so that they can be more ready. The impacts of the pandemic will have as great an impact on what we know and trust about the second grade data as what it does with our third grade data. So, the TAC was unanimous in its recommendation that we delay. And this group is a diverse group of people who don't always see eye to eye, but we all saw eye to eye on this one. And so I think that it's that issue of whether we have good enough data, and the TAC doesn't think that we have good enough data because we can't trust instruction. I mean, I have grandkids who are this year they're in first and second grade, and I know what happened last year for those kids, and I know what happened for my custodial granddaughter who was in sixth grade last year. They were not getting. I mean, and even, frankly, even this year, it's hard to find substitute teachers. So the science of reading may be compromised simply because of the nature of our structure. The TAC likes the test, so the TAC believes that this test was well developed. And again, the initial purpose of the test was for school level accountability, not accountability for making a decision about retaining an individual. So the TAC thinks that DRC has done a good job in jumping through the hoops that were needed in order to make progress towards that goal. We just don't think that the quality of the data right now, or the evidence of what we call instructional validity, evidence that our students really are getting instruction in the science of reading. When I have met with this group in the past, it's been about high stakes testing typically, whether it's high stakes testing of teachers or it's high stakes testing of people that were graduating. The issue has always been, can we establish instructional validity? Can we establish that any student that is going to be affected by this test has had that opportunity to learn? And there are ways in which we can validate it. There are ways in which this state can go about looking to establish whether or not every kid who's going to be affected in second and third grade primarily has been given a learning opportunity within their classroom. So that is a recommendation from the Technical Advisory Committee. The other issues relate to just when we set standards. Again, DRC ran the standard setting. I think that they've done a great job with the standard setting. The challenge is that we ask the teachers the teachers and others who are involved in the standard setting, and tell me if I really screw this up, just
Rick McCardo led standard setting, so Rick.
So I think that the comment was if students had received appropriate instruction, would they have been able to pass that item? Would that borderline kid have been able to pass that item? And the assumption there, the core assumption is that these people were having to try to juggle in their heads is what if they had all of the instructions that they needed? And parents know, frankly, that most kids just did not get that opportunity this past year. Other technical.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
so you're saying the question was, you had to determine if and I hate using the word normal, there is no normal. But in regular times.
I'm gonna let Rick can tell you that.
So in regular times, you have to ask yourself, is a child who has gotten the teacher that's face-to-face, that has not been out due to illness, that with the instruction availability, what was the word, sustained instruction, that they could have passed question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that what one of your validations? And then because of the COVID and the interruptions, were these factors what impacted this, not the questions themselves?
I think that's
Close but no cigar.
No, I think you've got the right idea. That last part, I don't know if I would agree with that particular statement.
But you're right, part of the essential work, and first, thank you so much for hearing about all this, and thank you for making time. Part of the essential work of the standard setting, as Scott mentioned, was having Alabama educators think about the knowledge and the understandings that are essential to meet this requirement. What does it mean in 3rd grade to read on grade? What knowledge and skills does a student have to have? And so we actually asked 2 different committees of Alabama educators that question. What does it mean? We gave them copies of the content standards and we said, have a discussion. What does it mean to be an on-grade reader? And so they did that for 3rd grade. And then for 2nd grade, they did the same sort of thing. They said, what skills does a student need in 2nd grade to be on track to meet this requirement in 3rd grade? So at the standard setting, as Scott mentioned, we asked the committee to sit down and to think about those important factors, what knowledge and skills a student need to have. In order to do that, we had to ask the educators, imagine that a student has received instruction in the standards this entire school year. And normally, in normal times, at a standard setting, we do that same sort of thing, and it's not a problem, because educators can absolutely envision that. This last year, as you might imagine, we told participants, our participating educators, imagine that this hypothetical student who has enough knowledge and skills to be considered an on-grade reader in grade 3, imagine they have received good instruction this last year. And as you might imagine, the committee had a pretty in-depth conversation about what their year was like, some of the things that they wish they could have done during the year, some of the things that they were proud of being able to do during that year. So the group was able to come together and think about the knowledge and skills that a student needed in grade 3 and grade 2 in order to meet this requirement. Then, as Scott mentioned, what they went through is they looked at the test and they asked themselves, if a student had just enough knowledge and skill to meet this requirement, and we call that a threshold student. If a student had just enough knowledge and skills to meet this requirement, how would they perform the test? And they look systematically at all the test questions, question 1 and 2 and 3, and they imagine, how would this student who has just enough knowledge and skills perform on the test? This is a standard setting method that's been used all across the nation. It is well documented. And the 12 participating educators from this summer, along with the 10 participating educators from the previous August who helped develop those content-based expectations, they went through these processes to recommend the cut scores. So going back to your question, part of the conversation was about the interruption to instruction having to do with COVID. And as Juan and Scott both mentioned, that was part of the questioning. However, the committee was told, and as they went through this process, they needed to think about a student, a hypothetical student, who had received instruction in these content standards. Because we would hate for them to, and I'm going to use a kind of a nasty term, but to water down the standards, to say, oh, a student doesn't need to know these things just because, they haven't, this year was tough. We wanted teachers to really think, what are those important skills a student needs to know? And that was the basis of the standard setting.
Gotcha, thanks.
So you can kind of see how this logically follows, right? If you have this specified expectation that's based on the content, but then when you're looking at what is the impact of that, there's a fundamental missing component that did they actually get the instruction, as Scott was noting, and needing the validation through an instructional validity study, we have potentially very different kind of anchor points. So as we move forward to your questions, it really becomes a question of how do you build the necessary mounting evidence to extend the test beyond its original use, to Scott's point, and think about if we need to do this through the retention portion of the Literacy Act, what is the information that is necessary to make sure that we're making the right decisions for the appropriate students to then be able to direct them to the right kinds of supports. I think that's really the kind of how all of these things then end up fitting together.
And in line with that, because originally you said that the test itself was determined to be based upon school level accountability. Mm-hmm. And right now, because there's so many variants there, right, we don't have that.
Right. And I think I wrote something down. Basically, once you start moving away from the initial purpose of something, you need to build the evidence base to then say, it's also good for this purpose. And here's all the information.
And that's what we're trying to determine now.
Exactly. And to Scott's point, the TAC has named a series of studies that they're recommending that the state and DRC implement, and really they just require solid data, because it's about probabilities, classification accuracy, consistency over time, and then really making sure that there's a connection between the supports that are being provided and then the impact of those supports in those kids, and then reflecting on the actual data itself. Yep, this looks like it works.
How long would it take to come up with that data based on a consistency across the state where you see not completely normal, but more normalcy? And as far as a delay, are you recommending a year or two, or?
I mean, frankly, if you're asking me directly, I would say
I am.
minimally 2 years of defensible data. Because you need to know what happens when you identify a kid in grade 2, what happens to them in grade 3 and grade 4. And when you identify a kid in grade 3, you need to know what happens in grade 4 and grade 5. But then also, if you have any monitoring programs in place for K-1-2, you can imagine that if you have a portfolio of evidence for K, you have then access to portfolio in grade 1 and then data in grade 2. And for a kid that's in grade 1, you have portfolio grade 1, portfolio grade 2, plus data in grade 2 and data in grade 3. So you start building out a pretty robust set of information. So I mean, the challenge, and I know that this is not lost on the board, is the educator pipeline question, right? Because if the consequence for a kid's retention, then it doesn't matter if they're retained if there's not a body of personnel and resources that can support those students who are retained when you have potentially gaps in the personnel pipeline. So these things, there's a lot of kind of pieces, and we know the right answer. I mean, I think the recognition of the fact that the science of reading is straight up in the act is part of the fact that people know what the ingredients to baking the cake are. But right now we just don't know if the ingredients are being measured the right way.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, you ask first.
You know, each decision, some of these students who may not achieve according to the standardized testing may in fact be retained in normal educational process and assessment by teachers. Is that correct? So the percentage of population that may be retained as a result of testing may not be indicative of the number we have. Some may be retained because of the normal promotional retention processes in schools, correct? Am I correct?
Right, yeah.
So that number that you have as a percentage that will be retained may or may not be because of the test results, but that's the maximum number that may be retained.
I think that the data they have would be the number that would be retained based on the cut scores from the test.
But they may already, what I'm trying to be more specific about is an educator. Some of those on the cut scores may already be being retained for other educational process determinations, correct? So I want to make sure that's right. So the interpretation of how many will be retained as a result of not attaining the cut scores may be greater than the number who would actually be retained because of the cut scores, because they may be retained for other needs.
That's an important point.
Okay, that's a very important point when you're talking about percentages. You know, 30%, if 2/3 of those are already going to be retained because of teacher assessments, which to me is as valuable in my experience as a test score, and I'm a statistician too. The other thing is, I assume the TAP committee looked at the intent of the legislation, that is beginning to set a benchmark with which students progress to the 4th grade, etc. The implication of extending that non-performance data 2 more years would have implications in test scores subsequent or even achievement levels later. So how much is the TAC looking at the longitudinal impact of any delay of achievement? Because you look at one perspective, 3rd grade teacher, child doesn't achieve, for whatever reason, and she may want the child promoted because of intervening factors. The 4th grade teacher, on the other hand, may not want the child in her classroom because it creates a greater diversity of skill sets that she has to ameliorate or mediate. And we also have significant numbers of dollars of ESSA funds that are coming in that we might tie into some of these assessments. Am I correct? Or some systems are, like we had this summer experience that suppose that many people had the opportunity to go to, and many did, some did not, for whatever reason. And that may affect, and could have affected, based on what you said, the amount of instructional experiences they had that may have mitigated the lost instructional time or in class time or access to buildings that happened. Did you look at that data or those considerations when you were dealing with your report?
I'm happy to jump in. Yeah, I think there's a lot in there that's worth unpacking, and I think working backwards, ESSER funds for sure, but the vast majority, in excess of 90%, are not within the bounds of the state, that goes straight to districts. And so I think that's
who makes the decision, though, the instruction, the data I got is by systems, and I know those that in my district who are aggressive in promoting those interventions perhaps are more successful than those who choose not to.
I would absolutely agree with that. I think that the TAC considers most things, I think, in terms of longitudinal impact. Part of the reason being is that the dominoes that fall when a decision is made around a large-scale summative assessment affect accountability in multiple forms, whether it's school accountability, public accountability, in this case, student accountability. So I think the TAC is, at its core, worried about the unintended consequences for students, secondarily for educators. And one of the things that I've seen in other work areas and in conversations with the districts, especially educators, is that when making decisions about promotion and retention, they often do turn to then the available information that has kind of teeth behind it, and a choice to retain a student because of the developmental impacts it can have on their instructional really career.
Sociological.
Absolutely. They often need to turn to something that is defensible and data driven. So I would likely bet that you'll have far fewer students who will actually be retained than those that do not hit the minimum benchmark. The benchmarking process itself gets a little complicated whether you're talking about benchmarking across years or benchmarking within years. I think if your experience as a superintendent, probably something that you're astutely aware of about this idea that there may be multiple measures that are being used that are, let's call them even like hard data, right? Empirical data that are interim benchmarks that happen from like day 180 that happen outside of the state summative test. The hope is that we have some coherence between those monitoring assessments and the state assessment, because often the rigor is different, the coverage is different, the depth is different, the complexity is different, and it kind of tells you two different stories. So one of the things that I think is absolutely necessary about the on-ramp and supporting the Literacy Act is making sure that there's also a process to establish coherence between the monitoring information and the summative end-of-year information. So the TAC is concerned, I think, about the system effects, because an implementation of a student kind of high-stakes cut score without the supporting components that can kind of undergird it to be used well means that it then just ruins credibility for the whole system. That's one thing that I think the TAC is aware of.
And then the reality is, it also, because of scenario A that I mentioned, that is the retention by the teacher's decision, also depends on the teacher's willingness to assert goals and attainment in their own environment and not to be involved in an anecdotal story. But I had a situation with a first grade teacher who believed that to give a bad grade was to infer a negative impact on the student. And she in fact gave very good grades. At the end of the year, she wanted to retain students. And this is a true story. And they appealed to me as the superintendent, and I said, the data does not support retention. There may be teachers, I assume teachers that have these third grade children or second grade children, definitely look at those children's performance and determine their potential success at the next grade level, which is critical. And a factor, in addition to what the legislature passed with cut scores, there's practical implications of teaching human beings.
Wholly agree. I mean, and you reminded me of another point that I wanted to speak to that I think underscores something that you said previously, which is the triangulation around the other information that is beyond just the one day, one test for one kid is part of the portfolio approach that the Literacy Committee has thought through. But I think that as we have been talking internally and as the TAC is considered, it's really important to ensure that there's sufficient criteria to help educators understand so that they know what kind of the expectations look like and what they're tied to that actually demonstrates performance or mastering these knowledge, skills, and abilities that we expect kids to have to be on grade level reading. So the difficulty is without, I think, the time to align the quality of evidence or what is identified as sufficient performance on that evidence and how that then relates to then the actual corresponding end score or end of year score or even progress monitoring scores on other assessments. We could have a lot of alternative truths out there. And the core, I think, of what we're trying to do is make sure that we're all saying one story, even if we're coming at it from different angles with different evidence, so that there's at least some consistency and coherence in the way that educators can say, yeah, we actually don't believe that this student is ready for promotion. And here are the reasons why. Here's the pieces of evidence why. It's corroborated by the state summative assessment and by the supplemental test that happens in the summer. So we just want there to be sufficient consistency so that we're not in a position where then it becomes a question of, all right, superintendent, your teacher says promote, everybody else says retain, what's it gonna be? And it should be more than just kind of the subjective choice of one, and we're really trying to think about the comprehensive preponderance of evidence.
But most of the time, unless the parental authority appeals, the ruling of the teacher stands. In practical realities that I experience among my grandchildren as well and children, but sooner or later, you're faced with delays having longitudinal impact on scores that are not subjective to determination of attendance and access and all that stuff, like the ACT or the LSAT or all the other nationally normed tests that cut off people from access because of their score. And I think the Alabama legislature got involved and set these parameters for us to adjust. Last year they voted politically or for whatever motivation to delay those. And the real political world we live in, the governor vetoed that action. And we don't know what position they'll take this year. So I think the board's decision and the recommendation as our chairman of the board has impact on what we're doing. And I look at it, in my view, from the perspective of third grade teacher and a fourth grade teacher. And that's where you cut score, that's what you're cutting on. The perspective of the fourth grade teacher getting students, for whatever reason, economic status of parents, other things, and they get to students that are not prepared to perform. And the third grade teacher that says, look, I did all I could, but we had these intervening factors. And I guess that's something we will consider, or you need to help us understand what a cut score will really impact.
Okay, if we don't set a cut score, what happens? Because the Literacy Act is still in place. So what happens? Do we just?
That's it.
So, is that for me?
Yes, I think that's for you.
Couldn't tell which
We're looking at it that way, but
Sure, so let me,
And I know the scores, my scores don't look very good. I mean, we've got our scores. I mean, if we set level 3, we'll be holding a lot of kids back.
so,
Do you drop down to a lower level 2? Do you lower the expectations? I mean, where does it go from here?
yes, ma'am. So first, let me clarify a couple of things. They did a great job. These packets you have are not the reading scores. This is ELA. This is ELA math, so don't confuse these with the reading. We'll get to that in just a minute. But these are your ELA math scores. This is all, everything in here is publicly available. It's on the website. Just Miss Martin and Miss Washington wanting to print them off for you, so you have all the schools in your district without having to, you can go to the website and search them one at a time.
Are the reading scores better?
In some places they're better, and in some places they're worse. So,
The next slide.
so they will, well, wait a minute, not there yet.
Sorry, no way.
So what, so two decisions. One is the board has to set the cut score. I mean, if you didn't set the cut score, not really sure what would happen, because that would put the board out of compliance with the Literacy Act, and that was, so it also, the districts, I promise I'm coming around, this is a long answer. The districts also have to run a report, it's technically due in August, but there was no way to run it in August because there's nothing to run the report on of how many students would have been retained. So we have that ready to go, like the switch to be flipped at any time. And the districts will actually probably go ahead and run that report based on the tenor of where we think the board's gonna land today. That, remember, those children won't be held back, but it'll give them an opportunity to run the report the legislature requires by November 24th, because then we have to turn around and compile all 148 reports and give it to the legislature by December 1st. And we don't want to be delinquent in getting that in, but that has to be based on this cut score. Whether the retention piece gets delayed is a legislative governor decision. But I will tell you, I've had those conversations with the governor, with Mr. Moore over here and her advisory team. And so they wanted, of course, the board to get the discussion first. We actually have two legislators with us, Representative Estes, Representative Fincher, and maybe others. I see the two of them. I apologize if I've missed some. And I know we have some watching. So I think they are waiting to hear, just to let you know, they're getting it cold. Because even though we've met with the legislature and gone over some of these data that were publicly available, I've told many of them that I can't have a discussion with them about these things till we have the discussion with the board, because the board takes that primacy. It's your job to set education policy. So many of them are watching today, and then we'll have another. And there is another meeting scheduled. So next Thursday afternoon, we will have a big webinar meeting with the Literacy Task Force, the Dyslexia Advisory Committee, and the Committee on Grade Level Reading, and many of them, some of them are obviously here today, but many of them are watching online and getting this information for the first time too. So we will, and the governor has asked me to get their input on whether they think that it should be, the retention piece should be delayed. Obviously, she wants the board's input. And then I think she will, even though the legislature would have to act, but that gives her, when she goes to the legislature, to either say, I think we should do this, or I think we should do this. She wants input from this board and from those committees and from ARI first. So you're getting this. We have had, with Dr. DeBrott and Dr. Schneider and their colleagues, we've had lots of conversations over the last 4 weeks about this. So it doesn't shock me today that they're telling you they recommend delay. But you didn't hear it from me because I wanted you to hear it from them, and they can explain why. But I think that's the key. That the problem that you're dealing with is you have to set a cut score by law. Mm-hmm. They're telling you, yes, and they're going to recommend you a cut score. We'll get there in a minute. But they don't have as much confidence in that cut score. Y'all know I speak in analogies. So if you take this analogy, if we had a rule that said I have to give you a car to drive to California, I can give you a car, but that car I may not have a lot of confidence that it's going to get you to California. Giving you a car that'll get you around town and one that I know you can drive across country is different. And in some ways that's what they're saying. There's not enough confidence yet built around that cut score to make it a high stakes cut score. In their opinion, I realize we have legislators and board members, we have lots of different opinions, but in their opinion, that car is not ready to drive across country yet. One more thing for this long answer, just remember that, Dr. Brott mentioned 2 years of really good scores. Mm-hmm. Well, had we not been hit by a pandemic, this would be our second year of really good scores, because we would have had the 2020 data after the completion of a regular year, and we would have had the 21 data after the completion of a regular year. As it turns out, neither 20 nor 21 were regular years, and in 2020 we have zero data because there was no test to get, there were no children in student to test. So I don't want board members to feel too much of a weight. Your plan, what we started working on 4 years ago to put a new test in place, a good test, a solid test that's valid and reliable, that work happened. It's just in spring of 2020, there were no children to test. And then in 21, when we came back and did the test, yes, we had 93% show up for the test, but we know less than half of them actually spent at least 6 months in school. And so there are all these factors that I just don't want people to think, well, why are these things falling apart? Well, no, the plan was fine. We hit a big pandemic in the middle. And so we don't have 2 years of reliable data, in my opinion, as we would have had things worked out. So does that kind of help? I think we have to set a score, but I think the board can also, if the board says, hey, here's the score, so it at least tells our teachers and our people where they are.
Yes. And the
But we don't believe this car is ready to drive across country, then the board certainly has that right.
How much flexibility do we have once that is set? And I know, and you know, and probably everyone at the table has seen it before, where we have taken an assessment. We'll use the teacher, what's that?
Test.
Yeah. Whatever, I'm not gonna say the name, but you know what I'm talking about. And we started out with the court monitors, and then all of that period is over, and now we get to change them. How much flexibility, according to the law, do we have in changing that cut score once we have solid data to work with, which to me is, when you're talking about children, that's crucial. That's just so important.
You have full authority. Technically, the board could change the cut score annually if you wanted to. That would probably,
Well, I asked the
we wouldn't want to have a
knowing
moving
the
target.
answer and hoping I
but
was
yes.
right. So that's a good thing, and that would give us what? We could change it within what period of time? Would it be 6 months? Would it be a year when we start getting feedback from the field as far as this is not going to work kind of response?
So the only thing is, in a perfect universe, which I realize we're not in, the test will be given in March, April. Districts they won't get the full battery because there are pieces of the test that have to be read by a physical reader. But they will get the reading subtest score in May. So they can notify those children who have to go to summer reading camp that, hey, you scored below the cut score, you have to go to reading camp. And then they'll have a second chance, as Ms. Washington mentioned earlier, to take another assessment at the end of that. So the reason I say that is if the board came back then in August and changed the cut score, obviously we may have lots of upset people in the districts. So I think that almost what you set this fall has to be good for this whole school year. And then next fall, we may come back, meet with our technical advisory committee, and they'd have another year of data, and they said, that, make a number up here, that 562, we think it actually ought to be 537, or it ought to be 567, so they may make another recommendation, but I think it would, it's likely gonna take multiple years' data to really settle. I think you're asking me a question you already know the answer to, because we've talked to these things.
Or at least I hope I do.
But technically, the board could change it. It's just we wouldn't want to be setting moving targets. Another thing we obviously want to, for the sake of this board and our local boards, now Dr. DeBrock can tell you in great detail because he knows in great detail about a lawsuit in another state there's a foundational lawsuit over this about what using test scores for high stakes and what can and can't be done. So if we were capricious and just set a different number every year, we would certainly open ourselves to some liability, I think.
And if you have to gear it, and we've seen this in the past, it's a hard sell, and people do not understand if you go down versus going up. It's much easier to take your cut score, increase the requirement versus decreasing it and trying to justify it, even though logic would tell you that if we set it too high, which is a possibility, we will be coming back looking at a lower cut score. It would be something we would need to seriously consider. I don't know what is being recommended, but my hope would be that, certainly I wouldn't want it too low, but I would want it to be reasonable and something that actually would not disrupt the system to the point where, again, children are ultimately the ones who are hurt.
So would you like to flip to the next slide and
Okay.
look at that, or you want to ask some other questions
I
first?
have one more question.
Okay.
One final question.
I do too, go ahead.
You go, it's okay.
I know you have talked about, that you mentioned about the portfolios and all. Have you met with the task force? Because the law definitely says that, we're supposed to gather information and, meet and talk about it, and then the state superintendent and the literacy task force at the grade level comes up with a recommendation based on y'all's information as well, and then from which we can come up with a cut score. I have not heard of any, has that happened?
The TAG has not been involved with the literacy task force in terms of the portfolio.
Okay, so with the law, are we not missing a vital step here?
With the portfolio,
No,
You
about
want
the
the
cut
tag-
score. Does it not say that we're supposed to have the cut score that has been, provided information with the literacy task force to?
the cut score for the test comes from the board. You technically don't have to do any, you can set the cut score, but that's why we think you ought to get information from your TAC first. The governor has certainly asked that the literacy task force, and specifically the Committee on Grade Level Reading, give her input on the delay.
Yeah, and I think that maybe it helps to say there's a 4-stage decision-making process, and think of them like gates. So the very first stage is the end-of-year assessment at grades 2 and 3, the ACAP. And if you pass, great. If not, you go to the summer reading camps. And then you have the access to at the end of the reading camp, you have the supplemental assessment, which if you pass, great. If not, then you're now in the next round of review, which is all of your portfolio. So your portfolio is kind of like your third catch. And then if you don't have enough evidence in your portfolio, there may be a series of good cause exemptions. And I think, that's the process that the literacy task force has worked through. And to my understanding, was released last week about the kind of what's included in that portfolio. So these are
Yeah, we've done the minimal standards for kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade. So we've done the minimal standards, and we set up the portfolio. So I was wondering if y'all had seen, you sort of mentioned that tied together, but
Yeah, and I think what we've seen we had a chance to look through the portfolio documentation today, which is part of think about how exactly I had this in my head, but there's kind of 2 routes of validation work. The first route is on all the test scores, and that's what we've been talking about a lot today. But to your point about the support question, the second route of validation should then be, it makes perfect sense to then establish validity studies for portfolio evidence as well. And that's just good evaluative practice. That's the idea that if we think that there are these things that indicate that students are ready for promotion, then let's establish a process to evaluate the quality of the evidence and corroborate that, because just because we say it doesn't mean that it is. And that's the whole premise of kind of evidence collection. So it just seems like it might be a good idea.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's a different process than the typical assessment process, because these other cut scores you see for ELA and math, those, the TAC, and the standard setting process, they went through and set. So that's how we normally do this. The board doesn't vote, it's a technical recommendation to meet the federal requirements. The Alabama Literacy Act, though, puts that requirement not on the technical group, but back on the board. We're bringing it to you as a technical recommendation because I think it wouldn't be fair to just come in here and say, well, board, let's discuss it and you just choose some number. Certainly, between now and November, board, the Literacy Task Force, Committee on Grade Level Reading, they can all weigh in too. But the decision is made not by any of them, by the board.
I
And
didn't say
we've
that.
not,
I said that they recommend it, that they're part of the information so that we can come up with it, but it doesn't sound like there's enough.
well, we've not shared this with anybody. We're sharing with the board first. You can share it with the superintendents, you can ask input of anybody you want to. But it was my feeling that we should not share this information but with the board first. We haven't shared it with committee chairs at the legislature. We went to the board first. So I apologize if you would rather we had not done
No,
it.
I was just,
I'm glad we're not the last to hear.
Dr.
Yeah.
You brought up in your opinion, that you felt like a 2-year delay was what you would like to see. I have a concern, this is just my concern, I've discussed it with no one, that when we keep pushing out, 2 years is, in my mind, a long time. A lot can happen in 2 years, has happened in 2 years. So do you ever foresee a scenario where you could see a 1-year delay and then some set of data that you could sort of disaggregate, and then possibly if you needed to delay again, have that option?
Yeah,
Because I don't want people to
Sure.
relax. That's what worries me. You hear 2 years and then everybody relaxes and they say, oh gosh, we've got 2 years to get this done.
Yeah.
And then we aren't aggressive enough in our classrooms. So, and I'm not trying to disparage teachers or anyone, that's just human beings.
Yeah.
With any big goals. So can you talk a little bit about your thoughts there?
I am happy to, and I understand the practical need for accountability. I spent a lot of my time designing accountability systems, and minimally, and I think the TAC did in fact say we minimally recommend a 1-year delay, ideally for sufficient evidence collection. And I do think that because this is a question of not just making a claim about a student being ready, but also are the supports in place to then, when a kid is retained, what do you do about it? That to me feels like the on-ramp to get that ready is a little bit more than just a year. But practically speaking, if there is an absolute need to get this thing implemented, I don't think that it's possible to do in less than a year of delay.
And I do want to reinforce that the tax recommendation, the TAC is sensitive to the issues of the longitudinal aspect, and the TAC is sensitive to the need to get this act implemented as soon as it is feasible to get it implemented in a legitimate way, which was, I think that the members of the TAC would prefer a 2-year delay, but our recommendation to the superintendent was at least a 1-year delay.
And I want to be also crystal clear about the fact that that was only specific to the retention portion.
Correct.
We actually felt like the act is imperative because of the support structures developed in it, but the retention is the challenge, and it's something that states across the country are facing, that retention loss. And it's always about personnel and the resources to support it.
And understand, I never want to have a child retained.
Oh, for sure.
That is absolutely not the goal, obviously, but I'm just concerned about those places that may not be keeping their eye on the ball in Alabama because they're dealing with so many other things, and this is like a train coming down the track.
Yeah.
You know, so thank you for your candid answers.
For sure.
Dr. Mackey, what I was referring to, and I think you can clarify that, in local school systems, if they get the data, one of the interesting things that we'll look at is the percentage retained by a basic test score. Will the local school systems look at their data and determine, or can they determine, or advise you what percentage of those students are going to be retained anyway without the cut score? That's a factor when you talk about 30% or 15% retention. In addition to that, if a student achieves above whatever we set as a test score, can the parent, as the scenario, the analogy I presented, reasonably expect that their child should be promoted and perhaps a teacher classroom assessment was not correct? What is the implication of achieving above a cut score and retaining a student?
Well, retention, I don't know for 3rd grade last year's an odd year, but our typical retention rate is between 3 to 5%. We have looked at that. So if we looked at a score that was, to use your numbers, 15 to 30%, obviously that's much higher than the typical retention now. Your other part of your question, I don't know that it is answerable. But as a local principal, when I was a principal, I was in the same situation you were in that you mentioned earlier, where I specifically one time had teacher that at the end of the year convinced a mother that her child needed to be retained, but she told the mother the child should be retained. The mother didn't want the child retained. The child had all A's and B's. And when I met with the teacher, I said, if you think this child needs to be retained, why does she have all A's and B's? Well, I'd like to give low scores. Well, now, so we've spent a year not giving, if you truly think the child should be retained because she doesn't have the skills to go to the next grade, then we've spent a year not giving the parent an accurate picture of the child's achievement. And now we're in trouble. And I think that's the reason the second grade test, Dr. Snyder mentioned, is so important, because we developed, not required, but we are developing a sub-score for reading in second and third grade, so that those folks at the end of second grade should know if they are significantly behind, no matter what their grades may have been in the class. It wouldn't be retained based on it, but hopefully we begin identifying children younger and younger, and that none of us wants any children retained. By the end of third grade, we've to use the term, fixed it. Not that we have to fix children, but fix whatever the learning gap is so that they are ready to move on to fourth grade. But I think that's a long-term process. Ms. West, I have your concern that if we take our foot off the gas, people may take their foot off the gas. And we don't want to do that, but I will assure you our commitment, and I'm looking at Ms. Short, the commitment from ARI is we push full steam ahead, no matter what happens with either the cut score or the retention, because to me, I've said this, and I know the board agrees, when you read the entire law, the law is about supporting children learning to read. There is one little piece about retention, which people focus on. But the law is not about retention. The law is about supporting children learning to read, which we all agree is our goal. And so, but I do think that's one of the things that we'll have to deal with. We'll have to deal with people understanding that even when you back off of one piece, it doesn't mean you back off of the goal. The goal is still, go back to my analogy, our goal is still to get to California. We just may have to change cars for a while or something.
But the question I also ask is, assuming a child achieved above the test score, the cut score.
And a score above the cut score?
Above score, exceeding the cut score.
Yes, sir.
And the same analogy you use about the teacher that was generous in this test grades, another teacher may be somewhat frugal in providing test scores. And would it be evidentiary for the parent to see, look at the test scores, my kid. I had that same thing with the Stanford Achievement Test, and they would make judgments on who their child ended up with and say her grades are not validated by the result of the test score.
Right.
And since they've scored level 3 and level 4 and whatever, and all these components, you don't retain those children. Are we taking or advising a position on that?
Well, so local districts set their promotion policies, as long as they're not in conflict with state law. If that came to our attention, I can assure you we would get involved, because I see what you say. If a child shows on this that they're proficient, but the teacher has given the child failing grades and says the child needs to be
Or marginal
retained,
grades.
then it should be, obviously I'd say that's a principal issue. The principal has to they've got to be in the classrooms looking at those scores.
PLE, not PAL, right?
PA, yes, sir.
PLE, principal, issue of.
Well, PAL, I think it's an issue of leadership. Your principal has got to work with those teachers too. But, if that came to our attention, and we do get calls like that, where parents disagree with their child's grade and all, and we usually go back and work with the principal at the local school and see what's going on. And obviously, sometimes there are other factors involved. But to make this long answer slightly longer, Dr. Reynolds, there is no question that if this is a solid, valid test, which I believe this test is closely tied to our standards and tells us what we know about a child's performance on the standards the board's adopted. then if a teacher is giving grades that are not in line with that in general, then that means that either maybe the teacher's not teaching the standards, or maybe, which is a problem,
Or assessing.
or assessing appropriately in the classroom. That's a professional development issue. And it could happen not on one child-by-child basis, but if you see that systemically, I mean, I did that as a principal too. You look at those end-of-the-year scores, you compare it with what the teacher has been saying about the child, and you have to know which ones your teachers are maybe, as you said, a little more strict with their grades. But we don't have a policy on it. The local promotion policies are still local promotion policies.
But when you implement this broader testing program, you introduce a different variable than some of our administrators and teachers have had to deal with before. That's when you start you deal objective data, and some of the decisions on retention are subjective. And when those two issues come together, you deal with real human beings. And parents are very sensitive about that.
Yes, sir.
And even grandparents are.
Yes, sir.
When do we get to see what's behind the curtain?
If you're interested, you want to go to the next page? So flip the page and flip the slide, Ms. Hicks. So I'm going to say this since I have the floor, and I'm going to pass it back to Dr. Schneider and Dr. DeBrott. But what they have, I'm going to let them talk about their recommendation, but I'm going to just point out what you have before you. So these are of third graders, 51,236 children tested this past spring. These are the ELA scores here, okay? And where students fail. So 10% of our students fail in level 1, 40% in level 2, 39% level 3, and 12% level 4. So those are ELA, not the reading, which means that 51% of our students met proficiency, which, by the way, actually meets, slightly exceeds our ESSA target. So even in a pandemic year, we have exceeded our ESSA target on the first year test. Now we'll see. So for reading only, there are 3 cut scores here. There are not 3 recommendations from them. I'm going to let them talk about their recommendations. But we were asked by board members to bring more than one option. And so we have done that as far as cut score of 469 versus 452 versus 435. And you see that if the cut score were 435 on this past year's data, that 15% of children would have fallen below that statewide and would have met the retention level. If it was a cut score of 452, 23% of students would have fallen below that cut score. Okay? And if it were a cut score of 469, 33% of children would have fallen below that cut score. Now, I'm going to pass to them and let them tell you which one they recommend and the science behind that. But I first wanted to explain what all's on the slide. So you see ELA at the top, and then just talking about reading subset cut scores.
I mean, we can provide you with, really actually we'd like to make sure we're monitoring the kind of the field of board. We can provide you some background as to how these numbers came about. We can jump straight into a recommendation, but it's really up to you folks.
I'd like
I'd like to
background
hear your
to see how you got to the
Background?
Yes.
Yeah, I think if there's any questions back, I'll turn it over to you, Rick, first, and then I think if you don't mind talking through.
Absolutely. So whenever we go through a standard setting process, there's always 2 different factors. One's content, and the other's policy. So content is what we ask the teachers. What are the knowledge and skills that we expect of students who meet this requirement? The second is policy, how those expectations actually impact students. And I do want to first acknowledge our colleague Mark Julian, who is in the audience, who was one of the leaders of the standard setting conversation for this session for the reading cut scores. At the end of the standard setting process, we showed participants numbers like this, percents of students that we classified at each level. We asked, does this make sense to you? Is this reasonable? What we actually asked is, sometimes we have to separate this out into 2 different questions. Does this seem reasonable to you based on everything you know about the expectations for students and what we've seen this year? And the second is, do you like it? So they said that these numbers seem reasonable. Then what we say is, okay, we recognize that there are high stakes decisions that are associated for students based on these cut scores. We recognize that if we say a student falls below this cut score, then a whole cavalcade of events follow. So there is a very well-established thing that boards of education, superintendents, and other agencies have done in the past, which is to consider adopting cut scores with reductions based on standard errors of measurement. So an SEM, a standard error of measurement, is a statistical value. It's based on how much precision is around a test score. So, for example, if you were to take a test today, and then tomorrow somehow we could erase your memory so you didn't remember it, and we were to give you a similar test the next day, we'd expect your score the next day to be similar to the score you received on the first day, but not exactly the same, right? So the SEM tries to quantify that amount of precision. Because we recognize that a high stakes decision is made for students based on tests like this, you can use SEM to build a statistical argument. That is to say, we want to be sure that if you are a student and you fall below the implemented cut score, we are going to be statistically confident that your actual reading ability really does fall below this line of the sand, this cut score that was recommended by Alabama educators. So for example, if you were to recommend a cut score of -2 SEM, so that's the cut score recommended by educators, -2 SEM, what you're saying is, if the student falls below that cut score, we are 96% confident that that student's actual ability falls below the cut scores that were recommended. By extension, if it was -3 SEM, we would be 99% certain. So those are the kinds of statistical arguments that we make using these SEMs.
So with that tee up, the flat out, the TAC is recommending coherence, at least the representatives from the TAC in the room. The table above, with the percent of students at each level, reflects a cut score recommended at 2 SEM below the recommendation. Our recommendation for the reading cut to maximize coherence would be also at 2 SEM, especially but the key distinction is that the TAC only recommended those cuts so long as scores were validated using Spring 22 data. That was our kind of our line in the sand, that we did not feel like these would be defensible in perpetuity unless they were revisited next year under more normal consideration conditions of instruction. Akin to that, and I think as been specified here, that we feel as confident as we can using a -2 SEM cut score for the reading level, so long as it's revisited using one more year of data to make sure that we are, in fact, roughly 96% confident that if a kid were to take this test again, they'd hit in that zone. So we could feel confident that yes, we believe that they in fact do need remediation based on this one assessment. But that's again why there's a whole series of extra decision points that have to be taken into consideration.
What is the SEM?
Standard error measure.
I know what it means. What is it?
We'll have to maybe look that up real fast, but
I think I have it.
I understand the term, I just don't know what it is.
In grade 3, it's 17 scale score points.
17?
17 and 7.
So Maggie, if you will flip backwards, do you have go back just a few slides. I want to go back to that first slide that Ms. Washington was going over. So this is the illustration we use. We used this with superintendents the other day. You chose the recommended cut score, 452, 32 standard errors below, then 23% of children would fall here. Okay, so that means that we would have 23% of children would fall below here. So most children would be above, whatever the difference is, 77%. But then 23% of children would be subject to these things: summer reading count, the secondary assessment that would come at the end of summer reading count, portfolio assessment, IEP team meeting, EL plan meeting, all those things. So 77% of children, had it all been in place this last year, had that be the score that the board adopted as recommended, then we would have 77% of children in this black area, and then the other 23% would be working through that system.
Mitigated through the other system.
So you can go back now to the other slide. I just want to kind of go back to that illustration we've been using with some real numbers. They also made it very clear to you that this middle score, -2, is their recommended, strongly recommended, I can tell you. They did not even like me giving you 2 other options. Y'all wanted other options. But with the caveat that has a big, in my words, big red asterisk beside it, that this would have to be verified with another year's data at minimum. And that's assuming we get a good instructional year this year, what we believe would be a solid instructional year.
How does that look so far?
Instructional
By
year?
definition.
Well, it's a good question, Ms. Bell. I mean, it's certainly better, like for instance, last year, more than 50% of our students started day one remote only. Their only option was remote. This year, I think there may have been one district, but other than that, every district started with an in-person option. And most of the children chose in-person, though a portion chose remote from the beginning. Some districts didn't offer remote this year, but then we've had the first 4 weeks were awful with quarantines. So even districts that were in-person only were doing quarantines. And I mean, I won't throw any of our school districts under the bus, but I mean, superintendents and principals are at their wits' end, because I know a very high-performing district where children have been at school, but multiple days they've had their math class, they've been sitting in the gym bleachers because the math teacher was quarantined and they have no substitute teachers. So the only thing they could do is give them the work, teacher gave them work, they're sitting in the gym bleachers doing their work, so the PE teacher can watch them and also teach PE. And I mean, that's not ideal by any means, but it does. This last week, most of our districts were on fall break, and it appeared right before fall break we were getting into a more regular routine, much more regular. A lot of the districts are on fall break this week, and then I think we will know, because fall break means vacation for a lot of people, I think we'll know in 2 weeks if we're gonna have a pretty normal rest of the year or not. Probably not. I mean, that may not be the answer everybody wants to hear, but it's just the truth, so we'll just see.
Well, we've been going to football games for a long time, so I don't think fall break will have anything to do with it.
I certainly hope you're right. But it is certainly better this year.
Dr. Becky,
Yes, ma'am.
how does the percentage of possible 3rd graders that may be retained compare to the retention rate prior to the implementation based on this?
So we normally would retain about 3 to 5% of children a year in elementary grades. So if you check, so here you're looking at 23%, an additional 20%.
Do you know what percent of those students are 3rd graders?
It would be just for 3rd grade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, per grade, we retain
Gotcha.
about 3 to 5% per
Gotcha.
grade. And so you'd be essentially adding another 20% of students in 3rd grade.
Under the first layer, right?
Under that first layer, yes. You go back to this, some of them would take summer, go to summer reading camp, 70 hours. They would have another ACAP supplemental test, which DRC has already developed for us. We'll give next summer. It is a reading-only test, so it's a little different design, but obviously, statistically, they're related. Then the portfolio, which is, I know Ms. Ziegler was on that subcommittee with the Literacy Task Force, developed that portfolio. We've already given out to the districts what has to be in the portfolio. There are minimum standards there that can include. There's been some confusion about where do formative assessments play into this. Well, those formative assessments should be part of the portfolio. Have to be part of the portfolio. And then if they still are in the group to be retained, then we go to the good cause exemptions, which include students who have an IEP that shows that they, the IEP team there's some language in there, but essentially if the IEP team says they need to be promoted, the IEP teams are powerful committees in schools that we give a lot of weight to. English language learners who've had less than 2 years of English instruction can also be reported, be promoted, and there's a process for that. Students with disabilities who participated in the statewide test, or if they have a 504 plan, but they've had intensive reading intervention, then they might also be promoted. Students who've received intensive reading intervention for 2 or more years and still demonstrated deficiency might be promoted. So there are other options in there. One of the things I think, I don't have it right in front of me, but these students who are passed on a good cause exemption also have to have a 4th grade reading plan. So am I right about that? I'm seeing some nods. So they would not just automatically, I mean, they would be promoted, but they would also have to have a reading plan for 4th grade. The 4th grade teacher would have to do all of those, make sure that they were, because we know we're promoting somebody who's actually not demonstrated they're ready. So we don't want to just say, okay, we've promoted you, you go off and do your own thing. We have to catch that child up in reading 4th grade and beyond, which goes back to something the board members were asking last month about. We're hearing we need more support in middle grades and intermediate grades, so we're working on that. But that's kind of how that process would go. Remember that the reading scores from that subtest have already been loaded into a database. As soon as I tell them to hit the switch, they're going to be able to generate a report for every district that tells them how many students they have. You don't have that now because we haven't run it on a score yet. And again, go back, even though the board will not be able to vote until next month, the districts, with the Thanksgiving holidays in there, they're going to have a very hard time getting their paperwork done if we don't. We're basically going to tell them to go ahead and run that score based on where I think the board is thinking about landing, or on the recommended score of 2. And we'll just run them with an asterisk on them that says no cut score's been set yet, but in order to meet the deadline set by the legislature, we had to choose a number. The one that's recommended by the TAC is 452, so we're going to run it based on the cut score of 452. If nothing else, that would give the districts an idea of how many of their students would have been in danger of being retained. I mean, they give them some real data.
And we need to get the numbers to the legislators in time.
It's December 1st. That's when that, and Mr. Fincher's back there. Mr. Fincher want to ask a question, sir?
Question.
Fine with me, sir.
What is the perfect score on this test? We're looking at cut scores. And if you tell me I made a 21 on the ACT, I need to know what a perfect score is to make a comparison. So what is the best possible score on the test?
I'm going to have to defer to those gentlemen closest to you, Mr. Fincher.
That's another hand, other guy.
Unless Mr. Estes can answer the question.
Oh,
No,
I
sir.
can.
Let me get an answer for that.
780.
780?
780.
780.
Perfect score is 780.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, my question
Yes, sir.
is if the legislature has to cast a vote next spring, as far as whether or not we allow a 1-year delay or a 2-year delay.
Right.
And we have to wait and take in the 2022 assessments, when will that information be available? Because as you know, we're in the 4th year of a quadrennium. The legislature will adjourn next year earlier than.
Yes, sir. It will. The simple answer is there's no way. I mean, we don't give the assessments till March, April. There's no way we can get it back till toward the end of May. The legislature will be adjourned by mid-March. So you will not have any additional data other than what you have today by the time the session adjourns. Does that answer your question, sir?
Not what I want to hear, but that answered my question.
I understand, yes, sir. And these gentlemen, Representative Bob Fincher I can't remember his district. I know he's in District 2 with Miss West. Representative Tracy Estes is in Miss McCrae's area. I think is your legislature.
Yes.
Glad to have you gentlemen here today. We appreciate you coming and taking your time. I feel like I'm the teacher up here, and they're when I go to meetings with them, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm the dunce in the room.
Not at all.
I don't
Any other
know.
questions?
So we need to talk about that cut score piece at some point, because you are gonna have to vote on something. Even if you want to say, whatever you wanna say around it, the board may wanna make a recommendation, I don't wanna put words in your mouth, about whether you think there should be a retention or not. But we really don't have a choice but to vote on something. And I do think there's strong support, not support from people, but evidence. There's strong evidence for using the 452 cut score. I mean, it's the most scientifically valid cut score if we were to set a cut score. And the legislature were not to enact a delay. And last year we had to use that cut score to make decisions. If you chose the 469, I think we would have zero defense in court, and we would be in court, because you would have chosen a cut score that was significantly above what your technical advisory committee recommended. If you chose a lower score, you probably would not have any legal liability, because you're retaining fewer children than was advised by your technical committee. But here's the concern that I think I hear from TAC members, and I don't want to speak for them, they certainly speak for themselves. But when I listen to them, I think their concern there is that you send the wrong message to schools by making them think that this is, you only have 8% of your children that are really behind grade level, but the real number is actually 16. And so schools are getting a false message of how many children really are behind the curve.
Well, that's why I asked the question about, and made the point about keeping it where it's realistic and where we're not doing so much, you don't see the collateral damage that you would if you used the 469. And you mentioned lawsuits, all of those things. But the lower one, since the law stands, and we have to follow the law, and we also have a responsibility, I personally go with 452 for all the reasons that have been presented. And I think from a legal standpoint, and I don't really, obviously that's a threat, but it goes back to what is in the best interest of the children, what can we handle in terms of our classroom personnel and the supports that are available. To me, 452 is something that sort of we can justify, but we can also aim toward, and that to me is important.
And in doing this, it'll come to you as we'll craft a resolution. We will use some of the language that the TAC has already, the caveat, we'll do a paragraph in there, whereas the caveat about getting another year's data. So they've already provided me with some written language that we could use to make it clear that this is our best judgment now. Our judgment may change as we get more data and more reliable data. Yeah, thank you.
I agree. Can that communication include making sure that the level of support that's needed is provided? Because I'm all for the school, school accountability, but not at the expense of children. We want to make sure that we have the necessary level of support based on need, and that it is indeed provided.
Yes, ma'am. And that is it's a real concern, because we know that under federal law, the bottom 5% of schools, ELA, not reading, because remember the feds are looking at a different score. It's but they are obviously largely related. But those schools did really well this last year, comparatively. They actually made tremendous gains. That's because the work that y'all support through the Office of School Improvement, they really are getting out there. We put an extra reading coach, a state reading coach in each of those schools. Where I would say our real challenge is in the schools that are between 5% and maybe 20%, that next 15%, because there's much less support, both state and federal, for those schools. But all of these children they're not in the bottom 5%. Now, a lot of them are. The short can speak more than I can about what ARI is doing. I mean, they're doing amazing things in those most highly challenged 52, 53 schools that fall in that bottom 5%. But it's actually that next school where our level of support is much less. It jumps to much less after you get to the 6%. But that school that's in the bottom 6 or 7%, but not the bottom 5, also has extreme needs. And that's where we
to address those?
Well, that's where so under the Literacy Act, we provide a full-time state reading coach in addition to the local reading coach for each of those schools in the bottom 5%. For the next group, she will have to tell me how many of the schools that is, but the next group there's not one state coach per, but it is spread out more. It's in 3 tiers. The most high-performing group, which I think is 40% and above, is that right? 40% and above, they get a visit every so often. But those that are between 5% and 40% get more intensive. In my opinion, not any fault of ARI. They're using all the people they have. But we really, down the road, this may be something we have to talk to the legislature about, we probably need more support for between like 5 and 20 than we have now. The 20 to 40, what we're doing now between 5 and 40 is probably what we ought to be doing like between 20 and 40. And then that 5 to 20, we need even more intensive. So a reading coach can get there, if not every day, very often, a state reading coach, helping that local reading coach move along. But now, all the work we're doing with letters, with identifying, the Literacy Task Force helped us identify core reading programs, getting those CALT. You heard that first part of that presentation this morning, getting more of those CALT certified language therapists in the classrooms. And we're pushing all of that out, but there's also a distribution problem there. Many of the higher performing districts are the ones that are really pushing their teachers to go to get the CALT certification. And that's good, except we don't assign those. Like if somebody at Decatur decides they want to do it, I can't go in and say, hey, we're going to move that person to Wilcox County. That's obviously not something we do. They don't work for us. But we all know it, but that's what we have to continue to work on, even though this state number is going to be 23%. When that number's run, and I've not seen it because we've not run it, but I've seen these scores, and they tell me that some districts that number's going to be over 60% probably of their students score below. And in some districts, it's going to be 5%. So that 23% statewide, but it's not going to be a school by school. I don't know if that answers your question. I think
it does,
driving the
and
point.
I guess my wonder is, once we get that information, will the level of support fluctuate to accommodate the needs of the students based on that data through the supports of the, it may mean that you have to adjust what you're doing. We see that the support from ARI and school improvement is working. But like Tracy said, we don't want to get lax for those schools that may fall in that gray area. We need to make sure that what's needed is provided there so that we could hopefully prevent having 23%.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
11,784 students.
Yes, ma'am. And just to drive your point home, I'm preaching to the choir, I know, but I know that there are some principals, because I've been a principal. Some of y'all have been principals too. When there's some principals in our high need schools that when they get their number and they find out that 55% of their children are below, I mean, it's true we need to own that data. We need to tell people the truth, but at the same time, that's overwhelming. You absolutely have to have somebody to come in and hold your hand through that process, because it's overwhelming to think that you have that many students with that kind of need. I mean, Miss Martin had a superintendent call her looking at these scores who was in tears. I mean, and it's because they care deeply, but they were remote almost all year. They they kind of expected it. They saw what they thought they were gonna get, and so it's overwhelming. How am I going to, how what am I gonna do to make sure we catch these students up and we fill that hole of unfinished learning? So
Beyond the federal funds, do you think that our budget proposal, our request, will cover or help to cover the needs?
it will help a lot. One of the big concerns we hear, we have one local superintendent here, Dr. Shaw from Florence. I may call on him, but one of the things we've heard a lot from superintendents is that we only provide, for their local reading coach, legislature provides $52,000 per coach, which does not pay their salary and benefits. And so many of our districts, the ones that are that are hard hit on local funds, we've learned they're not supposed to have been, and I will not name any, but what they did is they may have gotten enough funds for 4. They have 8 schools, so they're supposed to be providing local funds to get 8. But what they did was really hire 4 and then stretch them around. So that's one reason we're asking for an increase from $52,000 per to $60,000. To pay would actually take about $85,000 per. This for salary and benefits for a reading coach is about $85,000 because most of them are, they're experienced teachers, they're master's level teachers, and so they're on the higher end of the scale. So we're moving that direction. But I don't want to give the false narrative that even this budget request would cover everything. And the other thing, Mrs. Bell, if I may, just take the opportunity to remind everybody that we're actually missing well over $60 million in what would in a normal times we would need to provide summer reading camps. So the legislature's putting no money into summer reading camps for 3 summers because we agreed we would pay for that out of our ESSER state set aside. But in summer of 24, which is not that far away, they will have to come back with that money or this whole plan would collapse. So just have to remember that'll have to come back.
It's a very good point.
You set me up good, so I thought I would take the opportunity.
Thank you for taking us that ball and running with it, because that to me is the most important part of it, is that consistency. We cannot continue without the support of the legislature. They can tell us what to do, but if they don't provide the funding, the resources, then we just can't do the impossible with the amount that ends up being insufficient to cover the cost to get us up. Having gone through that with the former Alabama Reading Initiative that actually worked and everybody wanted to model across the country, that was a crucial part of it. And we had to raise private funds. We didn't even have federal funds to cover a lot of those costs, as you may recall, as someone who was new in school.
Was a principal then.
Yeah, I remember. But that was an important part of what assisted in all of that falling apart, was because we did not have that kind of support that needed to continue.
All right, any other questions?
I have one more comment.
You have, okay, yes.
Yes, and it is more of a statistical analysis. If you look at the 452 being 2 standard deviations below confidence, actually the cut score was 487. And then you lowered it to 452 or 486, depending on what number you use, in order to assert a higher confidence level. But you really are reducing what your standard performance by 2 standard deviations on what the student may score. Is that correct?
2 standard errors around what the
standard error measurement. You're assuming, you're providing for that error measurement, or you're accepting that error measurement and setting that cut score, even though the actual score before the error measurement was 87. Am I characterizing that correctly as a statistician?
To account for the stakes of the test, yes.
Yeah, because the real score was 87 that you would expect for proficiency, but you're providing 2 standard error measurements in order to increase your level of confidence in the data results. Am I correct?
Yes, to agree with you. The educator committees who recommended these cut scores, you're right, that was their original recommendation, saying if a student had just enough knowledge and skills to be that grade 3 on-grade reader, they would score at that 487 level,
Yeah.
if that right? And in order to account for the high stakes for students, by adopting a cut score, for example, of -2 SEM, what you're saying is if a student scores at 452 or less, then we are very confident statistically that their actual level of knowledge and skills, accounting for all the random error that happens with any test score, would, that their actual ability, their actual knowledge and skills is below that cut score.
Because when you're looking at where we're going in the future, the concept of longitudinal progression, the 487 is the real number that your score has, but then you're using the error measurement to accommodate the score that's going to be imposed on the criteria for retention. Is that a correct?
Yeah, I mean, the only friendly amendment that I would make is that the
No
observed.
amendment, I'm just asking a question.
Oh, well, I guess the response is that the observed score is, and I think that's the challenge, because we don't know the real score. And so the 97% is to 96% is to accommodate, as everyone's been saying. And I think that's the only adjustment that I think I would make to the comment.
All right,
We might just show one more slide. Maggie, if we can go to the next slide, just so you know, this is the second grade test, because remember those third graders we just talked about are in fourth grade now. So these are last year's children. So these are this year's third graders using the same system, the cut score, the equivalent cut score in second grade would be a 448. And again, you see, of course, very close numbers, 22% of students fall below that. And I just wanted to point that out because we've run it for second grade since those are this year's third graders.
What would the 16 is also?
16. Okay. Board members, any other questions, comments? Thank you all so much for your thorough
Yeah,
presentation.
thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you.
I have to say, they really are amazing. And they work as a good committee should. They don't agree on everything, but boy, can they really go at it and they, I mean, I just have to brag on them. Dr. Schneider's one of ours, statistician at UAV, one of ours in Alabama people. We have people from all over the country. We have other great people on this committee, but they have a unique ability that they can talk all the statistician stuff that's way above my head. Dr. Reynolds, maybe you could talk to them, but then they can, by the end of the meeting, bring it down where I understand exactly what needs to be done and what they're saying. And Dr. DeBrey does a good job of helping do that. And Maggie does a very good job of helping me after the meetings, debriefing those things. But I just want you to know, to brag on them, the technical committee at DRC have been wonderful to work with. It is, it's hard stuff, but we have good people doing the work.
It shows.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank
They are from Minnesota. Some of these gentlemen live in Minnesota. Who lives in Minnesota?
Mark lives in Minnesota, Rick lives in California, and one is from West Virginia.
Ms. Bell has a daughter in Minnesota.
Well, she actually was there.
Was there, that's right.
And it was wonderful in Wayzata.
That's a huge question. I live 5 minutes.
I thought it was pretty close, based on.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take a break. I don't know if everyone wants a break, but I need a 5-minute break.
We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back to you, Jason.
We'll get our slides.
Thank you.
Y'all may need a 5-minute break
Yeah, we're
too.
gonna take one.
Finish the DAC presentation. We have these 4 cards in front of you. Okay. Well, you go upstairs. I will send you a rough call. It's too, do you?
I can just go close to the.
Hopefully we'll play on it after. Yes, sir. What you need? I'll be there.
that's what I was gonna ask you with that, for me last year.
I'm sneaking something.
I'll get payroll percentage.
I'm just trying to
If I could get some information, just I'd like to know what you're talking about this right now. Is this, you know, is this the past? You know, they don't make the test. You know, 50% of them don't make the test. Is this like your favorite course in your college, so I think
Katie had to leave. Katie
Okay.
is, she works on Eastern time zone, and they had a meeting after school today, so.
Thank you.
So we've just talked about the dyslexia resource guide and some of the changes that have been made in there based upon questions that we've gotten from, schools and from parents.
Here's just some quotes that we feel like are very important. It, talking about dyslexia, undermines all the good things that come with reading, the confidence, hope, and knowledge that reading brings. I love it.
Did we look brilliant with that, doing that? I don't know how we did that.
I love it. I'm just glad I didn't have to read it.
I know.
The majority of children are in grade 3 or above when first identified as having dyslexia by their schools.
And that goes back to what we were talking about, the wait to fail, because if you wait until 3rd grade to identify that a child is struggling, well, if you look up at the top one, that's good things. You can't enjoy something that you can't do well. And that confidence, kids know, whether we think they do or not, kids know in kindergarten if they can't do what everyone else is doing. So some of the next steps, and again, this one may not be in there, but I will send it to Ms. Nora, whoever emails everything out to you guys. But one universal screener statewide, that's a goal that the Dyslexia Advisory Council's had for several years. We've worked our way towards it, but until someone writes one for the state, it's been hard. We have narrowed it down. We're thinking of equity, across the state. You don't have one standard here and one standard here. What we heard from from parents was that, a school district would choose a particular screener, and of course the parents would say that, all kids passed it. And so, anyway, we just want to make sure that it's equitable across, and one way, hopefully, is to have one universal screener, statewide. The Literacy Act requires that all students who have reading deficits to receive dyslexia-specific intervention in a comprehensive program. We put the page numbers on there. One of the things with that is that dyslexia-specific intervention works on those foundational reading skills. It works on the phonological awareness, the phonics, the fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. And those are in the literacy task force, the approved programs. Make sure that we continue to stay up to date on current research to revise the dyslexia resource guide as needed. Major revisions last year, this year, it's just been more tweaks and clarifying. We are also still in the process of collaborating with IDA Alabama on a CALC pinning ceremony that we hope that the State Department, State Board, we have the pins, but until we get past, the restrictions and where everybody feels safe, we're gonna hold off on that one. Like to analyze the dyslexia data that's reported this fall, how many kids have been screened. Those numbers should drop because of the Literacy Act. The fact that they go immediately into intervention instead of having to be screened. Encourage districts to utilize the Dyslexia Resource Guide and this vetted list of interventions. We have discovered that, despite some of the best efforts to get information out there, it doesn't always make it into the classroom. Dr. Davis does a great job, I think it's Teacher Tidbits. Is that what it is? Yes, that she sends out, and she said that she would send it out to, through that email, because that goes into the classroom. And because it's discouraging when you hear teachers say they didn't know there's a dyslexia resource guide. And I'm like, well, we've had one for 6 years. So I talked to Dr. Mackey about the communication process and policy. The travel expenses, that's one of the things that there's so many of our parents who, or some of them are self-employed and things, maybe looking at having those the travel expenses reimbursed like all the other committees. And our long-term goals, y'all gonna love these. A budget to include a dyslexia therapist as a foundation unit in every elementary school.
Whoa.
And I know, reach for the stars.
That's right.
Because, it was like the funding that was talked about earlier. if it's not included, then you don't get all those extra. You know, if it's 52,000, that does not pay for a dyslexia therapist.
Let me ask a clarifying question if I can.
Maybe.
No, this one you'll be able. So elementary school, like with ARI, we say we place a reading coach in every school that has any grade of K through 3.
Right.
And with math coaches, our goal is a math coach in any school that has any grade K through 5. So in some places you might have a K1 school, a 2, 3. So when you say elementary, are you thinking K3, K6, K5? Give me.
K3 would be ideal when we get to that point, but we're not there yet, so it would have to be K5. Because we've had too many students get past us, past that 3rd grade. And, you know, we say every elementary school, but our point is that they need access. Some of the schools are small and they could feasibly share.
Right.
Like they, you know, a dyslexia therapist at morning at one school and afternoon at another one. Much more than that though, then they're not getting the requirements of the Literacy Act, that 5-day week, you know, daily instruction.
I'm with you completely. Thank you for clarifying, because it's a great idea, a great goal. It'll take us some time. But we've learned with reading coaches and career coaches in high school that what you just said, it's just the hesitation I heard in your voice is always my hesitation, because yes, ideally, if you've got 2 very small schools they can share, or 3 very small schools can share. But most of the places where you have those small schools, they're really spread out. And what we don't want to do is be paying our professionals to spend a lot of time driving. So I know that's a hesitation you have, so I went ahead and voiced it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
But anyway, I'm sorry I got you off, but I did want to ask the grades.
The MSLE training, that's the dyslexia therapy training, and it has been fully funded. We've had it since 2009, and I checked, someone told me earlier, it's cohort 9 that we're on. I think we missed a year in there with a cohort. But back when I went through it, it was fully funded by the state. It was our travel, the substitutes, the student materials, teacher supplies. I think it was more of a grant that the schools got, because what happens now is the state pays for the training itself, and then the school districts pick up the travel, the substitute, the student materials, and the teacher supplies. And you think that, well, that's not that much, but it really is. It adds up to a couple $1,000s for each teacher, and especially over the course of 2 years. And so that is something that we would like to advocate for, is that, you know, we consider making sure that all of the expenses are paid. When they, you know, a substitute, that's $100 a day, and you miss 10 days, you know, during the year. So that's a big expense. And I know the special ed people in the room are gonna love this one, create a special education process for dyslexia referrals. And I want to explain that a little bit, because we have so many kids who are already identified with, for special education, that already receive services, that their parents are requesting that they then be tested for dyslexia. And I think that if we had a process or something maybe statewide that said, if this happens, this is what you do, that it would settle some of that angst out there, you know, with the parents in the schools, because it's hard. I mean, that's the truth, it's hard. They still have to meet eligibility requirements. And so we're not saying test for dyslexia and make dyslexia an area of eligibility. We're saying that those kids who are already identified as having a disability, to have a process, something maybe, like I said, just some guidance statewide. And then the cost stipend to all dyslexia therapists in the states. We try to include everybody, including the teachers, interventionists, administrators, central office personnel, and state level staff. That one may be illegal, so we might need to take that one off. I was not real sure about that one. But, you know, for instance, ARI regional literacy specialists, they've gone through it, several of them have. And there's one here at the state now. And we all went through the same training. So that is something, and I know the budget this year had it worded a little bit differently.
Yes.
And, but we didn't read that page of the budget before it.
So to piggyback on that, we are the budget says, and I think in an earlier slide they showed that, it said teaching in the classroom or something. But anyway, it limited that. If I understand, I think the other lady who was with you, Ms. Hurston, couldn't get it this year, and there are others that couldn't. So we're gonna work with the budget committee and ask them about that language to try to expand, and that probably take more than just me, but, we understand the hesitancy, because we've dealt with that with national board certified teachers first, because there are superintendents that draw that supplement, and the many legislators, I shouldn't speak to them as a body, but many of them felt like they should be supporting classroom teachers, not all these other folks. But obviously, there's an argument also that having that NBCT makes you a better principal, even if you're still not in the classroom, or so on and so forth. Same way with the call. There are other reasons to do that. So anyway, we picked up on that. We're going to work with them. But and I want to bring that to your attention, because a couple of board members have asked me about the board making that change. Well, we can't make that change. That would actually take a change in the budget language. So we will, we'll work with the process going forward. Y'all approved our request this morning. That's just numbers. The language in the budget is different, but we've highlighted that as something to work on. We'll work together on that.
Well, we appreciate that. That was one of the things, when you're in the classroom, and I understand it, and that you might have 25 students a day. If you're in a central office position and you're helping make decisions for the district, you're making decisions that impact, I don't know how small our districts are, up to, 54,000 students. And that's a huge difference. So.
Final thoughts, advocates are not always the most popular people in the room. We get that.
And this next one, this has been quite funny for me. Since 2015, we've worked with 5 state superintendents and 4 different ARI directors. And at first I thought, gosh, that we're really hard on people. And then I realized that some of the state boards been here that whole time too, so it made me feel a little bit better. And that we will not be remembered as a group who kept our mouths shut. And we're okay with that. Because, nevertheless, we persisted. Anyway, that's all that we have. If you have any questions, I know all of y'all have our email, because we email you all the time.
Well, I appreciate you. I know that y'all had to stay all afternoon for this. I also know that you both wanted to be here for that last discussion anyway.
Even though it made our brain.
Yeah, but I think that we were able to pay closer attention to these last slides than when we were hurry. So I appreciate you taking the time.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your work. Thank you. Okay. All right. Dr. Mackey, education preparation, institutional report cards.
So things may start speeding up now. You have before you, if I may, Dr. Richardson, yours, you have this folder. So just to remind you, we do a preparation report card for educator institutions. The only thing it's based on is passage of praxis scores. We've talked about trying to expand that. It's very hard to get other empirical data. But you each have one for the colleges in your district. Obviously, like Ms. McCrae, because I'm looking across the table at you, but you're going to have teachers that come to your area who graduated at Auburn, who graduated at South Alabama. So you're welcome to get the whole thing, but it's a lot. So we gave you one that shows the colleges that are in your district, but you're certainly welcome to the whole thing. You see that it's divided up. I'll hand you back yours, ma'am. With passage on the first attempt, second attempt, 3 or more attempts. Now, the only really good quality control measures we get out of this is, one, we look at first attempt. So what percentage of their graduating teachers passed on the first attempt? And then, how many never passed? So like if 30% of their elementary teachers never passed, that's obviously not good. But I have 2 experts with me here today, and Dr. Meyer's not here, but we have Dr. Denise Peacock and Dr. Patience Aronica, and they are the people who put this together. So I'm going to invite them up and let them talk. They may have more to add, but let you direct your questions to them. Looks like Dr. Peacock has a very big...
This is the report, so if you want the report, it is a lot. That is true for all of the colleges. I did double check this morning with the new website and the information has not been loaded yet. I assume it's because we haven't had this meeting yet. So after the meeting today, we will flip the switch and ask them to go ahead and post all of that on the website and public information. But this is one of our favorite projects that we work on every year. We're really excited to have it done for this particular year. But as Dr. Mackey said, it is looking at on the state level. We have data that includes all of our universities, and then it's broken down by each of the institutions here in Alabama. For my portion, I look at, of course, the testing, doing as the assessment coordinator. Patience works with the mentoring program, and so her portion of the report would be the surveys with the teachers.
Surveys.
So we will speak on different portions of it and, of course, answer any questions that you guys have. But, of course, in looking at my portion of it, we're looking at those who are completing the educator preparation program. It could be a bachelor's level program, Class B certificate, or a master's level Alt A program. So this would be initial certification in a specific teaching field, whether they're getting it bachelor's level or coming back and doing an Alt A. And we're looking at their praxis, their PLT, if it was still applicable, which those numbers are getting smaller and smaller now as we're transitioning out of that, or their Ed TPA. And we're looking at whether or not they were successful on the first attempt, the second attempt, or 3 or more attempts. Obviously, they're going to be successful at some point in time because all of these folks got a teaching certificate. So this report would show those that ultimately ended up with that professional certification, therefore they passed the test, whether they did it on the first attempt or it took more attempts than that to do. So I'm happy to answer questions on that part. I'll let Dr. Veronica explain the mentoring portion of it, but we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Good afternoon. What typically happens is that in the spring, we send out to school districts. They allocate a survey, which is a survey that the institutions put together, the survey tool that they put together, which seeks to determine from the perception of the graduates whether or not their institutions prepare them well to teach. Questions like if they are aware of the testing requirements, or ARI, or different initiatives in the state. So when we get the data back, we break them down by this, whether they said agree, disagree, strongly disagree, or just strongly agree. This past year, in the Alabama Teacher Mentoring Program, which consists of second year teachers, we had 3,287 first and second year teachers. So the surveys were pushed out to all of them, with the caveat that we only want to get input from the first year teachers. So we received 1,074 responses from the first year teachers. However, the survey that went out to their employers, which will be the principals and assistant principals, we did not get as many responses, and that has been a problem for the past 3 or 4 years. We always end up getting far less from the administrators than we do from the teachers. So for the administrators, we only received 652 responses back, as compared to the 1,074 teachers that responded. And so that's what we used to analyze and to add to what is reported in the report.
And one of the things, remember that the administrators, of course, may have, where the teacher fills it one out for himself or herself, an administrator might have 20 teachers to fill those out on, and so it can be.
Yeah, that's a lot of responses. Like if a principal has 20 teachers in their building, they will have to complete a survey for each teacher. And then you also have some institutions where for their responses, that their students graduate and go to other states. So, and the survey is only applicable to is people that graduated from an Alabama institution. So we may have 3,000 educators in the pool, but more than half of them, they have come from other states. So they will not have to complete the survey. So that's another variable to the survey responses.
And I see you have an asterisk where we have less than 5 people who take the test, so we don't get the scores back on those.
Correct.
Okay.
In order to, maintain their privacy.
Right.
If there's 5 or less, then we did not report that.
Okay.
Same thing for the surveys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
that's
any
a
more
lot of
questions?
work.
It is.
It
Thank you.
Oh, they do a
This,
great
yes.
job. These
And
two are-
today's my birthday. I'm glad to be through.
Birthday.
It's a good birthday present to say, done.
Thank you so much.
Another project coming.
Yes, I appreciate you all. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Thank you all very much.
There are two things that aren't on there that won't take a lot of discussion. One, Mr. Swan has a folder for each of you that's, well, before we get to board member questions.
We may not have any. Do we
Wait,
have any
these are, okay, well, we have this can mix in with board member questions.
Okay, yes.
But two things, so last month, we had a discussion at the end about a resolution on, the local boards maintaining the authority to do mask requirements or whatever like that. You talked about wanting something, so we have worked up a draft resolution, but we didn't put it on the agenda today for an action item in November because we really haven't had time to talk about it. So what we'd like to do is give it to you, let you look it over, give input back to me or Mr. Swan, and then have it on the work session agenda in November, if you like, to vote in December, which would still be prior to the legislature coming back into session. There was some discussion last month, that they might take it up in a special session, but we got good information that was not going to happen, so we didn't. So there's not that urgency anymore. So he has that for you. And then Mr. Moore, sitting patiently over there with us, has the superintendent's evaluation. So the superintendent's evaluation, my evaluation, you'll vote on officially in December every year. But we usually, for our new members, we start the process in October. He's going to give it to you. He's going to give you the time. I'm not even sure when he wants them back, but he'll compile them. Then prior to the November work session, so you'll have something to look at then. What we have done, and we'll let him talk in a minute, but we took all the questions and gave you, as we'd been asked by several board members, to put lines of evidence behind. So you've got a packet here, and each one you have a question on a purple sheet of paper, and then behind it, some evidence of that. So for instance, the one that says something about the superintendent makes sure that the department has an accounting system that includes accounting codes. Well, that's in there, but I don't know how you would know that we had that, except that it's here. Now, I will tell you already, 99% of the documents in here, I think all but 2 documents, you already have. Like, they're things we've given you throughout the year, but we have given them to you as a packet with each question to help you go through. Plus, of course, if you feel like there's not enough information in here, because we couldn't put everything in it, then call and we will, if you say, I just don't know what this means, or need more evidence on this, that's fine. And we'll help you get what you need. We agreed last year, again, we have, I know 2 new board members, that we would use this evaluation for 21 and 22, and then we would look at making changes for December of 23. But those changes would have to be made in 22. So as you go through this process, you're going to have to think about, okay, there are things that we would like to change for fall of 23 that we would be talking about really next summer. So just kind of keep that in mind too. I will have to say a big thank you to my staff who did a lot of work helping pull all this together. I mean, this is the compilation of many hours of work. Of course, but it helps you understand what we do in the department. I've said this before, I've said it to some of you and to our staff. The evaluation is really, it's my evaluation, but it's really an evaluation of the department, if you look at it, because one of the things in there is that we get a clean audit from the Department of Examiners. Well, we did get a clean audit with no findings, and I'm proud of that, but even though that goes on my evaluation, that's really that's a testament to the work in Mr. Craig's area and Lynn Show's and all the people in the program areas who make sure that they do their stuff right, so we don't have any findings on our audit, but you have a copy of the most recent audit in here. So those things. So each of you has one of these, but now, Mr. Moore, I'm going to pass it over to you and let you talk about the evaluation process and all.
I'll pass this on.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mackey, and this will be real brief. I'll just share a couple of points from the governor as I pass this out. I'll do all of it. Yeah. So two things to note here. The governor asked if we could send them back either by mail or by email. You could scan it to me, and I can just put my email there if you don't have that. By the 29th of October, so I believe that's in 2 Fridays from now. If you need a little bit more time, just let us know. Another thing to note as you go through here, you'll see a few questions, not too many, 3 or 4 that are grayed out. That's simply because when the board voted to adopt this last year, I guess. It seems like it's just yesterday. We've gone through so much since then. These questions do not apply right now because the sufficient length of time has not passed for Dr. Mackey to have to provide any evidence against that. So some are around NAEP scores, some are around just getting all of our teachers up to speed with professional learning, and then dates were put in there by the board, 2022, 2023.
So if they're great, I've done good.
Yes, ma'am. And but beyond that, just let me know if I can assist you in any way. Please call on me, and thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's all of mine, and I apologize.
No.
Board member questions, though?
I don't think, do we have any board member questions? Yes.
Questions I had, I went ahead and asked them during the.
Okay, great.
And I'll be honest, I asked Cynthia if she had any questions, and I forgot to get them from her, so.
Okay. Well,
Don't worry.
We'll get
They
them
will
next
come.
month. We'll get them. Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Mackey, resolutions, basically 3 through 10.
Yeah, so the resolutions are pretty simple. You've got 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are for principals of the year. We usually do those in October, but pandemic, they were running a little bit behind, and I told Dr. Wilson that was perfectly fine. October was going to be a full meeting. So they're going to do those in November. Inclusive Schools Week is for special education.
Okay.
Yep,
yes.
you asked me that. So this is inclusive schools is kind of what we're calling now our recognition of special education students and teachers. So that's December 6th through 10th, so we'll consider that as in the November meeting. And then the Career Tech Course of Study Committee, we're doing that a few at a time. The chair this year is going to be Superintendent Brandy White from Houston County, who's very new, but is not new as an educator, just new as a superintendent. He's going to be chair of that committee, and I think you have the list of committee members in here. Then School Library Month is November, and then the cut score, just based on the conversation today, I will tell you our plan is to write the resolution with the 452 cut score. Everybody may not, everybody doesn't have to agree with everything, but if there's real strong opposition, I at least would like to know what it is if people want to choose other scores so we would know. But that should be it. November is usually, you know, November and December are our kind of lightest meetings of the year. And it's often just the way things fall and the way things fall with the schools, so it'd be nice to have principals here to be recognized. And I think that's about it.
Okay, well, thank you all.
Is
Yes,
there,
yeah.
I have one thing.
Mhm.
Is there any way that, I know that the governor doesn't like us to read each individual resolution, but like for the teachers that we honored today at lunch, it would have been nice to have just read one resolution. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And we didn't do it, and they did not read it at our luncheon, so I know they got it, but I think it's nice that everybody's listening. I mean, we're honoring them, we can take a couple of seconds to read. And again, I don't mean.
And we've done it before though, like that.
What, individual, oh, I know, but
No, it's a group.
It's a
Read
group,
one and
yeah.
then call the names.
But I just would think that, and I was just thinking for these principals,
Yes.
I think we need to at least read one without their names, or read, you know, say resolution and name them, and all 5 of them or whatever at one time. I just think it's important.
Mr. Moore and I will work on that. I heard what you were saying. He's busy.
Yeah, but I think it's
Great
important.
And an announcement too, appreciate this. So there's, Jim Purcell was doing some research for us on teacher retention, and he has it ready now to present and wants to do that on November 1st, that's a Monday at 1:30. So we'll do that as a webinar, like we've done a couple of other things, and then if there are follow-up questions, we might have him come to the work session. But so that's November 1st at 1:30, it'll be a WebEx, and we will, obviously, we'll send that out too. But that's
With
just
Jim Purcell?
With Jim Purcell. And I think he actually has a couple of other researchers today that are
Oh, that'd be great.
doing the presentation today.
Okay.
That'd be great. Okay. Well, thank you all. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Anybody needs help with something, let me know. We'll get stuff out. Great job, you just let us do it all. Still coffee here, I hope I should get things important.
She's got a mind like a
Don't get it on your show.